to dead and roasted. What can I get you?
A soldier in Afghanistan patrols the barricades at night, but something on the other side with claws and teeth wants in. And a mother in Appalachia needs desperate help because something keeps dragging her from her home and into the woods every night. These terrifying stories await you tonight, and then some. Put on a pot of coffee and try to put in to use your paid time off. It's time for terror. These are tales from the break room. The Screaming Wall, from Wandering Isla. My name is actually Isabel. I've been called Isla for as long as I could remember, though. My parents have a bit of hippie personalities. They liked the name Isabel and Isla because it sounded creative and whimsical. Out of the three of us girls, I grew up the most whimsical. My two sisters are Caitlin, the oldest, and Molly, the middle child. My family and I are very close. Even if we all moved out, we always lived close to each other. We always hung out together, and our parents loved that us kids were close enough to be friends as well. So it was a surprise for them when I found a job on the other end of the city, in a little part where many would consider a dead end. I thought there was something beautiful to it. It was like a secluded town within the city. One dark, rundown bar, one library, a grocery store, an old pharmacy, a creepy community center, and you get the picture. There was something mysterious about the area, and I was here for it. My work firm was in an old warehouse built in the late 1800s, and the last time they did a major update was the 60s. I loved that building so much. I got along with my colleagues fairly quickly. In the neighborhood, we only really had each other. We were either outsiders or locals. The locals weren't as friendly unless you stayed long enough. For example, there was a deli I dropped by regularly, for either breakfast or lunch. The older lady who owned and ran the deli started smiling at me only after about 3 months. And that was after me going at least once a week. So after 3 months of going back and forth from my old building, I decided to go apartment hunting closer to work. Surprisingly, I found an apartment 2 minutes of a walk from work. It was an older low-rise apartment, which kind of reminded me of every girly apartment in rom-coms from the 90s. All the windows were covered with leaves from the neighbors' trees. I loved it. It would be the first thing I saw whenever I woke up. My sisters and parents came over often. My sisters and I had sleepovers often, too. Now, my office was a shared space with 3 other people, and we got along pretty well. Those people were Owen, Jillian, and Billy. Our boss never really bothered us because we always got our work done on time, with very little to no editing required. Despite how chatty we were, we would talk about everything under the sun. We all had different start dates, but I was by far the newest member. One of the things they talked about was the 2 middle staircases that can only be reached from the basement, where the warehouse connects to the 2nd floor. The 3rd floor doors were blocked off. On the 3rd floor, there are wooden doors that are locked. The cleaner said they were storage rooms. Personally, I've never seen them open one. The doors were different from the rest of the office doors. These doors were made with what looked like 2x4 planks, whereas our doors were classic wooden doors that were a bit more modern. The folklore of that wall, which blocked off the staircase, was that before this was our company, it went through companies like a revolving door. It was abandoned a few times. Originally, it was some clothing factory. A woman had gotten a little crazy after her husband passed. She fell down the staircase, and they closed it off to control the bad omen or something. My shared space colleagues mentioned they had all knocked on that wall before and heard screaming or a woman talking, and they'd had something bad happen to them afterward. I always took it with a grain of salt, making excuses like, what if someone's just playing tricks on you guys from the other side? It's a thin plaster wall after all. And added, bad luck was coincidence, or fibbing. And we all had a laugh about it. During one of our lunch outings, it was a really beautiful summer day. We had lunch outside in the courtyard. We were facing the windows of those staircases when Billy suggested to the group that they take me up there to check it out. I agreed, reluctantly. I was prepared for them to jump scare me at some point, or play some cheesy soundtrack. When we got there, they made me go all the way to the wall by myself and told me to knock 3 times. I jokingly told them, but my personal knock is 4 knocks. I want to make it friendly and my own, you know, just in case she comes out. I laughed and rolled my eyes. Jillian said. It only works with 3 knocks, and her tone was somewhat serious. It suddenly scared me, but I knocked 3 times just as they said. I waited to hear a scream, but nothing came. Part of me was hoping that something would come. Then I laughed and told them, maybe she only comes out for you guys. She likes me, apparently. They were all laughing with me, trying to persuade me as I started to turn and walk back down, when I heard a very faint whisper from that wall. Hello. It was so quiet that we could have almost missed it. The sound came from above me, which was the upper part of the wall. My friends couldn't have done anything because they were below me. I stopped suddenly, then looked back at the wall. Billy said, You heard that, right? You did hear it. I replied to the voice, Is anyone there? And the voice replied, Who's there? Hello. A very soft woman's voice. I replied to it, Hi, is this someone on the 3rd floor office? There was no reply after 2 very long minutes. Jillian was urging us to get out of there. Owen was so freaked out that all he could say was, I'm leaving. When we got to our floor, we asked other offices on our way to ours if they were the ones speaking through the storage doors. They said no. Some had said they could hear us talking, though. I was secretly observing whether any of their voices matched, but none of them did. I still kept up that front that people were playing with me, but deep down I knew they were right. Whenever I walked past that door, I held my breath and gripped my belongings a little tighter. And every time I walked past, I kept hearing little sounds coming from the closet. But I didn't let it slow me down, and I didn't show that I had started to get freaked out about this. Later that week, my family came down to see me. We had dinner at my place, and I got to show them around the neighborhood. We had dessert from a local bakery and came back to my apartment. When I told them about my story, my dad scoffed, said it was just a work prank. It was really nothing to him. My mom, on the other hand, said buildings like this had a lot of history, that we could never truly know what the place holds. It was a long drive for our parents, so they decided to stay over. If you have parents of a certain age, you know what it's like for them to drive in the dark. My sisters had planned to sleep over anyway. My 2-bedroom apartment was a lot more cramped than what I expected. While my dad fell asleep basically at 8 p.m., my mom wanted to stay in. My sisters and I decided to go to the bar at the end of the street. We're not heavy drinkers. We often stop after just one. So we were pretty alert afterward. We weren't tipsy, not lightheaded. As we walked back, Molly asked me to show her where that staircase was. Caitlin thought it was a terrible idea. It would look too suspicious. Maybe she was scared. After some back and forth, we did end up at the window of the staircase, but from afar. It had some windows with curtains drawn, some closed, some lights were on and most were off. At Caitlin's plea, we started to walk away. Molly kept looking back at the building, and I looked back to tell her to hurry up. That's when I saw, in one of the offices on the 2nd floor, the white curtains shifted. Both of us gasped. We caught up to Caitlin, who grunted at our reaction. Caitlin, as any older sister would, had some logical explanation. Probably cleaners or mice, or even the floor vents. Old buildings have those. So we both let it go. But Molly and I exchanged looks. I gave our parents my guest room. My sisters slept on my pull-out couch. When we woke up, our parents were already up and had already gone out to a cafe. When they came back, they brought some goodies. I stumbled out to the couch and face-planted between my sisters as I heard them come back in. Caitlin, the nail snob that she is, wanted to take a closer look at my nails, so she held up my hands. What the hell happened here? How did you get this? Was this here yesterday? So many questions. Too early in the morning, I replied. I then looked at my hands where she was touching. There was a 4-inch straight line of bruising. Oh, what? I don't know how that got there. I think I would have mentioned it if I had it yesterday, I told her. I went back to my bedroom, imagining the possibilities of how I'd gotten that mark. But there was no logical way. I sleep on one side of my bed normally, and it was the hand that wasn't next to the bedside table. Even after they'd all left, I kept thinking about that bruise. At the grocery store, the cashier even noticed it. I know I really wasn't imagining it then. Later that day, I was maybe expecting it to start entering the next phase of bruising, like turning slightly green. To my surprise, it was completely gone, like it was never there. I sent a picture of my hand to my family chat. They thought maybe it wasn't a deep bruise after all. The fact it wasn't even tender was weird to me. The day after that, as I was showering and washing my hair, my scalp felt like I'd been hit on the head with a plastic water bottle or a toy baseball bat. I found it odd that it was a second day that I'd found some sort of tender spot on my body. I mentioned it to the group at work casually. "She followed you home," Jillian said. Similar things started to happen after I noticed her too. Bruising, cabinet door swinging, tapping on the wall. You name it, it happened. "You're joking with me. Maybe I should get these things checked out if it keeps happening. They say it's a sign of blood cancer or disease if you bruise easily," I replied. "Did Dr. Webb's search give you that?" Billy joked. I replied, "Dang right," and we went back to work for a while. Whenever we heard things in the office, we tried our best to ignore them, even if we exchanged looks from time to time. Things would fall off the walls or things would shift. We never brought it back up again. Molly brought sage the next time they came by, deciding to sage my whole place, and nothing has happened since. But maybe that's because I do it on a regular basis for my own personal superstition. Every time something is different, or when I hear sounds that are a little too old, I light up some sage. Today I'm still in that apartment, but I have a feeling that I have outgrown it. There's a feeling of coming into someone else's home now. Not harmful, but not exactly alone. I've been kind of looking around, to move a little farther away, to create some distance. My fear is that, once I go, will she follow me? Homeless. From I Am a Machine. This is my workplace story. It happened in January of 2011 in Northeast Philadelphia, in a building that had been remodeled into several medical offices. The office I worked in was located on the second floor. I was the first person in the building at 5:45 a.m., due to the type of job I had. You see, I worked with radioactive materials that were brought into the building by special drivers. A driver would come to the office to drop off the radioactive materials, either right before I arrived or shortly after. As the process was time-sensitive, we had to do quality control on them. Several mornings, the drivers would wait with me until I got into the office, and would hear me lock myself inside, as I'm a small female. Numerous doors need to be unlocked, and no security guards are available. No businesses are open that early to help in an emergency, nor are there security cameras in any part of the building. Once inside, I'm in my office for a good hour, before anyone else in the building enters for the day. I usually do my morning work, listening to a podcast, and I leave my phone on the counter. It's easier than carrying it with me from room to room. That morning, I had a paranormal podcast on while I worked. I was focused, but still half listening, when I heard what sounded like a baby cry. I wasn't sure whether it had come from inside the office or out of the podcast. It freaked me out a little, so I rewound the episode hoping I would hear it again in the audio. It wasn't there. I tried to put it out of my head. Several minutes passed, and I heard the same cry again. I rewound the episode a second time. This time I was more freaked out, because now I knew it was not coming from the podcast. I shut the podcast off after that, just in case the content of it was somehow causing the sound, even though I knew it wasn't. The building was very old, very dark, and very quiet. I knew what it sounded like normally, so hearing a baby cry was unsettling. I walked out of my office into the waiting room and heard nothing. I went back to work, and the cry came again. I froze. Then I walked into the waiting room a second time, and again there was nothing. Now I was getting weirded out. I searched the entire office, which was several patient rooms and several doctors' offices on both sides of the waiting room. I checked every room and both bathrooms, but I found nothing. I looked out the windows and saw no one in the parking lot. There's only one way into that office, and I could see the door from where I sat. I went back to my work feeling defeated, annoyed, and a bit creeped out all at the same time. A while later, I needed something from one of the doctor's offices, and as I stepped into the waiting room, I heard the cry again. This time, it didn't sound like it was inside the office. Rather, it sounded like it was out in the hall. Against my better judgment, I went out to the lobby to see whether the noise was coming from somewhere outside our suite. Someone or something really needed my help. That's the medical professional in me. As I walked out, I heard the faint cry once more. It gave me chills. Should I go back in the office and close the door? Do I keep going? Do I really investigate this alone in a big building in the dark in a dangerous part of Philadelphia? Then, as I pulled my office door shut behind me, I realized I'd left my key inside. How stupid. I had locked myself out. Now I was scared and alone, listening to a baby cry in a creepy building with nowhere to go. My phone was in the office. Car keys were in the office. No other staff was due in for a while. At least I had my watch. I wore it for patient purposes and relied on it a lot more than my phone. It told me I had 30 minutes before anyone else would even show up. I walked down the corridor toward the stairs, and that crying got stronger. I tried the stairwell door. It was thankfully unlocked, so I went down, and I came out on the first floor. Every office down there was locked up, with no one in sight. From the back of the building, near the dumpster, I began to hear rustling. I opened the back door, which was a bad idea in hindsight, and I kept half my body inside it to prop it open, just like in a scary movie where the person does the foolish thing. The smell that came then was the worst thing I've ever smelled in my life. The dumpsters were right by that door, but they had never smelled like this before. I was too frightened to step outside, with no way of getting back in, so I stayed in the doorway and put my head out. In the corner of the dumpster bay was a homeless woman crouching down. She saw me looking at her, and then she opened her mouth. I realized then she was the one making the sound. The cry was so loud, so real and disturbing. I couldn't believe I'd been hearing her from the second floor. I still don't know whether she was mentally ill or doing it on purpose, but the corner she had picked was directly below the back door, the door I came through every single morning. I'm not sure if she had been there when I arrived that day. Neither the driver nor I had seen her. I pulled the door shut, and it locked. I heard the woman get up. She started to laugh. Then she began to scream and rushed at the door. I ran back up the stairs and down the corridor to my office and stood outside it, waiting for anyone to arrive, hoping someone would come early and scare her off. That building has an open corridor on every floor that looks down into the lobby, which makes it convenient to see who, or in my case, what, is coming. From up there, I could see her at the front door, looking inside. The railings were glass, so they didn't hide much of me. I felt trapped and exposed, even though she couldn't get inside. I kept telling myself someone would be here any moment. My car was parked back by the dumpster, where I'd seen that woman. She pulled and banged on the doors, laughing as loudly as she could. I think she liked scaring me. Or maybe she wanted a reaction. I kept wishing I could call my driver back to come rescue me. Eventually, I slid down the corridor to a spot where she couldn't see me, and I felt a little safer. At some point, she stopped pulling at the door. Then she sat down in front of it and began to cry, sounding exactly like a little baby. She hit the doors with the back of her hand, then would laugh every couple of minutes. Finally, I heard someone punch the code into the back door and come in. I yelled down not to open the front door. Then I ran down the steps and told them what happened. They were shocked. We ended up having to call the police because patients were starting to arrive, and she was blocking the entrance. The police moved her by force, pointing her toward a nearby shelter after, instead of the dumpster area. I hoped that would be the end of it. Afterward, one of my coworkers heard my story, mentioning that a pediatrician's office was moving into the building in a few weeks. Did that homeless woman somehow know? Was that why she was making that baby crying noise? Beyond the Barrier. From Wolf. During this event, I was in the US military, deployed to Afghanistan in 2020. I worked at night, which was from 0000 hours to 1200. While on shift, we had the opportunity to exercise by either going to the makeshift gym, which we called the shack, or just running part of the perimeter in the area we were in. Luckily, at this time, there was very little activity from opposing forces, so the need to be completely battle-ready was a bit more lax, as in we didn't need to be in full kit at all times. It just needed to be within reach, more or less. I was out for a run along the perimeter, which was more like a jog, as it was still in the 80-degree Fahrenheit range at 0400. As you can imagine, I was sweating quite a bit. I slowed my pace and began to briskly walk when I could hear something beyond the wall. So I stopped right there and listened. When I did, whatever was on the other side of the barrier stopped too. I began to walk and it started to move again. The barrier wall was around 12 to 15 feet high, and I wouldn't be able to just climb up and look over it. I turned around and began to head back to my area, and I could hear whatever it was out there following along on the other side. So I started a full-on sprint to see if it could keep up. And it did. Mind you, I'm over 6 feet tall. I could run under a 6-minute mile, so I wouldn't call myself slow by any means. Nearing my area, I began walking away from the barrier toward the structure I was working in. Immediately, I could hear what sounded like scratching on the concrete barrier, but I continued to walk away. I was around 20 yards from the barrier when I started to hear howling from the place the scratching had been, but the howling sounded off, more like someone pretending to do an actual howl. It was almost a gargled howl, where the vocal cords just weren't quite right, not built to be howling like that. The remainder of my shift, nothing eventful happened, but I talked to day shift about what happened, and they of course laughed, saying the sleep deprivation was probably getting to me, as I had only recently switched to night shift from day shift. I laughed along with them, not really thinking much more of it for a few days. It was now shift change on Friday, 3 days since I heard that howling. I was talking with a day shift soldier, doing the usual handoff of what happened or anything to be mindful of, that type of stuff. He seemed a little on edge for some reason, and I tried to ask him about it, but he kept saying that he was just tired. I could understand that. The 12-hour days, 7 days a week, it really takes a toll on you for a bit. Just before he left, he pulled me aside away from everyone else and looked me dead in the eye. He said to me, "I heard it too. The scratching and howling along the barrier." He looked freaked out, or really on edge, as he told me about the experience he had. The details were very similar to mine. He had heard something following him on the other side of the barrier. Then when he got back to our area, the scratches, then the howling. I was surprised, honestly, and at first I thought he was pulling my leg. This guy in particular was known for being a jokester. We only talked for about 20 minutes, but the whole time he kept eye contact, and something about his voice told me that he was truly creeped out. I tried to reassure him the best I could, saying it was probably wild dogs. They're all over the place here. He, of course, played it off like he believed that. That night, during my shift, we happened to have a local working on the AC for our structure. I was talking with him, asking if he knew anything about the dogs roaming the barrier walls. He stopped working. Then he looked at me very seriously and said, "Have you heard them?" I replied that another guy and I had within the past few days. This man got up, walked over to me, and looked me straight in the eyes. He said, "Do not answer their call. Do not respond to their howls or cries." I was so caught off guard by what he said. I nodded my head in agreement, then went back to working on my project. He finished his work and left the building. I thought about what he said all night long. Do not respond to their howls or cries, and I kept wondering what they were. I tried asking several locals I encountered over the next several weeks about the local wildlife, but all any of them kept telling me was not to ask about the dark creatures anymore. I'd ask the other soldiers if he still heard the noises, and he brushed me off each time. I kept trying to get an answer from him, but at this point he was avoiding me. Before I could get any answers from him, he ended up going home due to a personal matter, and I have not seen him since. Every couple of days as I went on my runs, I'd hear them outside the barrier, running alongside where I was running, keeping pace. And on occasion they'd run ahead and come back. I kept thinking they were just wild dogs, but the words dark creatures continued to creep into the back of my mind. I had an opportunity to converse with some of the infantry guys who roamed the local area, and I decided to ask them if they heard any stories or anything about these dark creatures. I especially wanted to know if they knew what they were. The moment I asked if they'd seen any dark creatures while on night patrol, they all got quiet. Looks were exchanged between them. I could tell they knew something. After some negotiations, I finally got one of them to spill the beans. This is what he told me. Look, I don't know what they are, as I've never seen anything like them before. We'd catch glimpses through our NVGs of them running along the barriers sometimes, and we thought they were just big dogs or some other wildlife. Scotty saw one of them up close as it came at him, and he thought it was a dog with rabies or something because of how it was acting. Yeah, I've heard them howl, and having lived on a ranch with dogs and wolves, their howling isn't right. I was temporarily moved to a different area for a few weeks, and when I got back to where I was before, I went out for a run along the barrier, but it was just me. There was no other sound but my footsteps in the dirt. No more noises beyond the barrier. The Last House on Sally's Branch, from Bavarian. This happened 4 years ago. I'll be changing the names and the county to be safe. Everything else is how I remember it. At the time, I was a behavioral health case manager for a county program in eastern Kentucky. Don't let the title fool you. It just meant in practice I drove somewhere between 400 and 600 miles a week in my own vehicle at 48 cents a mile to sit in people's living rooms. Our region had 4 counties and 1 office, and the office was in the county with the hospital, which was not the county most of my caseload lived in. If a client couldn't get to us, no car, no gas money, no license, or kids they couldn't leave, somebody had to go to them, and that somebody was me and 2 other people. A home visit is not a therapy session. I was not a therapist. I never pretended to be. What I did was medication checks, or benefits paperwork and safety planning, stuff our documentation software very generously called supportive counseling, which was mostly sitting at a kitchen table for an hour and letting someone else talk. I carried a laptop that never had signal and a county-issued flip phone that also never had signal. I also drove a 15-year-old SUV with 240,000 miles on it. Altogether, I had 31 people on my caseload. The Sizemores were number 22. Their file came to me when the case manager before me left for a hospital job in Lexington. Apparently, from what I heard, it paid $9 more an hour. Her name was Rhonda, and she had been doing this work for almost 30 years. Imagine that. She spent 3 afternoons going through the caseload with me one by one, making sure I understood it. When we got to the Sizemores, she took a lot longer than she had on anyone else. Darlene Sizemore, she said. 2 kids, Tobias is 10 and June is 9. Her husband passed away in 2016 in a logging accident. He was on a crew out of Virginia. She gets survivor benefits for the kids, and that's all the money they have in that house. I was reading the file while she talked. She had a history that went back further than most of my case files. She's got PTSD. You'll find that in the file. But what you won't find is where it came from. And I'm not going to put it in there myself, and I wouldn't want you to either. She'll tell you what she wants you to know when she wants you to know it, so don't go digging around, okay? I nodded. She grew up in a church, Not like a church you're thinking, though. It was up on this ridge above the head of the holler. Families lived up there. They schooled their own, about 40 people at the top of it. Darlene was born into that. She got out when she was 16. She walked down the creek one winter, and someone found her at the store and drove her to the shelter in Hazard. What happened to the church? It fell apart in the 90s. The man that ran it died, and people scattered. Some of them moved off, and some of them are still around here. You'd never know it by looking at them. The buildings are still up there, though. But don't go up there. I tried to laugh, thinking she was being dramatic, but she seemed serious. I'm not joking. It's private property. It's a half-hour hike. It'll put you right on your back, and there's no signal, so if you turned an ankle, nobody would find you till somebody thought to. Plus, that's the past that upsets her. She can see that ridge from her porch, and that's enough. If she thinks you've been up there to snoop around, she'll shut the door on you. Then she'll have no one, no help. Got it. I understand, I told her. Sally's Branch is a hollow about 22 minutes off the state road. And I say minutes rather than miles, because miles aren't the best measurement out there. The road is paved for the first mile and a half, and after that it's gravel following the creek. And it crosses over that creek 4 times. 2 of those crossings are just concrete slabs poured in the creek bed. When there's rain there, you have to sit and look at it before you decide whether you're risking your life or not. There were 9 houses on the branch when I was going up there. 2 were empty. The Sizemore place was the last one at the very head, where the hollow narrows down and the ridge comes up on 3 sides. It was a white little house with a big porch out front. There were chickens all over the place. There was a garden spot fenced with pallets, a swing set that was mostly rust, a blazer up on blocks beside the shed that had belonged to her husband apparently, and that's why she refused to sell it. Behind the house, about 50 yards out, the yard ended and the woods began. There was no transition between the two, really. It was mowed grass and then bam, woods. Woods so thick with trees so close together it wasn't really woods anymore, but a solid wall. That's just how Appalachian woods are. Woods elsewhere, you have space between the trees. And above all that, if you stood on the porch and looked northeast, there was a bare spot up on the ridge where a building used to be. Darlene Sizemore was 39 years old but looked 50. She smoked exactly 4 cigarettes a day, something she said during conversation without my asking, evidence of a habit she had to defend in the past. She was a smart woman, with apparently nowhere to put it. She read all the time, whatever turned up in the library drop box at the fire station, and she asked me questions about her medications that I sometimes had to write down and take back to the prescriber. And her kids were good kids, too. Tobias was a 10-year-old and very quiet. June was 9 and never stopped talking. She could name every plant in that yard and tell you what it was for, because her mother taught her, and her mother's mother taught her. The first 2 months were completely ordinary. Just medical checks. A benefits recertification that took 3 visits, because unfortunately the state's system rejected the same document twice. She made coffee strong enough to strip paint, but I drank it every time. By month 3, she got used to me, because she began to tell me certain things. Darlene was born up on that ridge. Her mother had joined the church before Darlene was born, and her father came in a few years after that. There were about 7 or 8 families living on the ridge at any given time. They had a meeting house, a bunk building, and a garden big enough to feed most of them, and they came down to town for what they couldn't grow, and pretty much nothing else. The man who ran it, she never once called by a name. Not in 3 years. She called him, and she called him, that man. One time she called him, the preacher, then made a face like she'd tasted something terrible. The services were at night. They met after dark, and they met outside, not at the meeting house either. They walked up to a spot further along the ridge that she called the standing ground. That's the most I ever got out of her about it. She said she was 11 or 12 before she found out other churches met on Sunday morning with the lights on. There was a thing they believed in. I'm not sure how much of it was religion and how much of it was one man's way of keeping 40 people scared of him out in the woods. They called it the bridegroom. She mentioned it one time very flatly. Then she caught herself, then got up to refill an already full coffee cup. I did not chase that thought. I was warned not to do that. You don't chase. You sit there and you're still a safe person to sit with next week, and eventually they might open up with more. What I put together over those 3 years was this. Something lived up along that ridge, and it had been there before anybody. And whatever deal the church had with it was the reason they were allowed to be up there at all. That's what they believed, anyway. Girls got promised to it at 15 years old. And poor Darlene, she was one of those girls. She had been promised at 15. She walked down the creek at 16 in winter, in the dark, not stopping at any houses on the branch. She didn't know which ones were theirs, after all. She got to the store at the mouth of the hollow at daylight. 23 years later, she was living at the head of that same hollow half a mile below that ridge. I asked her about it once, the one time I actually chased, and it ended up being the time I got her really mad. I'd asked her why she didn't go farther away. She said, "And go where? On what? With what money?" So I stopped. The store at the mouth of the branch was run by Buddy Napier, an older gentleman, almost 80 years old. I stopped there every time I came out of the hollow. It was the first place I had signal. I would have to sit in the lot and let my notes upload slowly. Buddy figured out inside the first month what I was and who I was going to see. Everybody in a place like that knows everything or tries to sniff it out. "You're going up to Darlene's, huh?" he said one afternoon. "I'm sorry," I told him. "I'm not at liberty to discuss those things." He said. He rang up my drink and kept talking. "My dad's the one who carried her out of here, you know." He went on, saying the ridge had a name before the church ever got there. Turkey Knob on the map. Said his grandmother wouldn't let the kids go up past the second bench, which is what they call a flat spot partway up a hillside. She never said why, but he said in his family you didn't ask twice. He did say there was a hunting camp on the backside of that ridge in the 50s, and the men who kept it gave it up. Not because anything happened to them, but the dogs refused to work there. He was real particular about that. He said dogs just won't go past a certain line up there, and that's not a scared dog, but that's a dog who'd been told a warning. He said when he was a boy, the church folk came down to that store once a month for coffee, salt, and nails. They'd have the children with them, and the children would never look up, never make eye contact. It was very strange. "Not at me, not at the shelf, not at nothing," he said. "Walked in looking at the floorboards and walked out looking at the floorboards. I asked my dad about it. He said them kids had been taught that if you look up, you might see what's looking back. Ugh, heaven forbid." I didn't believe a word of it. Buddy seemed like a good storyteller. I repeated that to my girlfriend and my coworkers, and it stayed in my head as just another weird story locals told. In the fall of year 3, Darlene stopped sleeping. She'd always had bad nights, nightmares and night terrors and waking up on the floor. That had been in the file from before Rhonda. But that fall it turned into something else, because Darlene started to wake up outside. When she first told me, she seemed embarrassed about it, and she related like a funny story. She watched my face the whole time, like she was seeing if I was going to write something down. And I was, but I don't write while someone's deciding whether to trust me, so I waited till later to write it down. But she'd woke up at first light lying on her side in the leaves at the top of the yard, in her nightgown. She got up, went back inside, and got the kids ready for school, and didn't say a word to them about it. The second time it happened was 10 days later. She was further out. She could still see the roof of her house through the trees, so she hadn't gone too far. She said the walk back down was the worst part. The whole way she was thinking about the kids being in that house by themselves, or seeing her and being a worried mess. By the middle of October, it was happening once or twice a week. We did all the right things. I called her prescriber. We adjusted one of her medications that had, apparently, sleepwalking as a side effect. But when that didn't help, we took her off of it entirely. I then got her a sleep study referral. But it was a 14-week wait in Lexington, 2.5 hours away. She had no way to get there, nobody to keep the kids. I went over a safety plan with her then. She put a hook and eye latch on the inside of the back door up high. She began to sleep in the front room with the kids' doors open, and yet, she still woke up outside. That latch had been undone every time. She was the only one in that house tall enough to reach it. Tobias couldn't, even tested him to see if he could do it, and he could not. She told me the rest at the kitchen table. Her hands were a bit shaky. "It's so strange," she said. "When I wake up, my feet are never dirty." "What do you mean exactly?" I asked, despite already knowing what she meant. "I wake up out there in the wet leaves, already well into the woods, and I walk back to the house barefoot, and by the time I get to the porch, my feet are filthy, dirty to the ankle, every time," she looked at me. "So, when I wake up, how are they so clean? How did I get all the way out there clean?" I said maybe she wasn't as far as she thought. She stared back, shook her head, and said, "No, it's got to be that I've been carried out there." But she laughed at that, and we didn't talk about it the rest of that day. I had the idea to stay out there to watch. Just a few days later after that conversation, she called our office, which meant she'd walk down to the road to get signal just to call us. She'd woke up that morning way up the hillside, past the flat spot Buddy called the second bench, and she'd been out there long enough to get cold, really cold. She had come down and got the kids on the bus, then sat on the porch shaking for an hour. She said she was scared, real scared, that she was going to go up to the standing ground and not even know it. She was scared that one of these times the kids would wake up and she wouldn't be there. What I should have done, by the book, was start a welfare assessment. That's a phone call that can end with 2 kids in the back of a car with a stranger. I'd watched that happen to other families on my caseload, and I'd watched how often it made everything worse, permanently. But Darlene had nobody. Her husband's folks were in Virginia and hadn't spoke to her since the funeral. Darlene had no family she trusted, no church, and no neighbors. So instead, I told my supervisor that I would be doing an extended evening contact for a client in acute distress. I even filled out a form to do it. I drove out there the following night with a sleeping bag, a thermos, 2 peanut butter sandwiches, and a mag light. I told her I'd sit in my vehicle in the yard until daylight. If she came out that door, I would see her come out, and I would walk her right back in. Then she could sleep just fine, and it would give us valuable details as to what was going on. She stood there with her arms crossed and said, "You're going to get in trouble." "Maybe, but I want to be a help," I told her. "And what if my kids ask?" "I just tell them my truck broke down and I had to stay here." She half smiled. Then she thanked me. A real thank you that I felt in my heart. Made me have to look away for a second. But that would be the last normal conversation I had with Darlene Sizemore. I backed in next to the shed, so I would be facing the house with the woods off to my right. I shut the engine off and cracked both front windows a couple inches so the windshield wouldn't fog over. There was no moon that night. It was clear and cold, about 34 degrees according to my dash. There was really no light out there, and I've never seen stars so vividly before. The Sizemore house lights went off at 9:40. I could see the TV flickering in the front room for a while, but then that went off too. Out there in Appalachia, it's never really quiet. The creek is always going, so is the wind, and the wind rustles the leaves, and even when the leaves fall, I swear I can hear them hit the ground. I ate my sandwiches probably around midnight. I wasn't really watching the clock after they went to bed, though I did keep the engine running for a while. I needed to keep the heat running. Once it felt good and toasty, I started to worry about the noise in the battery, so I shut the engine off, and I had my seat back about halfway. I wasn't trying to go to sleep, but I won't lie, there was a gap in that night I can't account for. What woke me up was a sound that I still can't describe properly. It was like something real big moving in cover. Imagine a big cow along a fence line, or a deer that doesn't know you're there. Step, pause, step. Real weight coming down on wet leaves. It was like that, but way too slow. Like something taking one step every 3 seconds, but not caring at all who heard it. It was already past me, whatever it was, off to the right, by the woods, going away. I set up then to take a look. I looked at the house first. That's what I was there for after all. The house was dark and the back door was shut. I remember thinking clear as day, well, she's still inside. I never did hear the screen door. But then I turned my head and looked over at the trees. There was something close to the tree line, off past the passenger window, moving away from me, and I saw it only for about a second. It was way too tall. The thick underbrush in those trees was taller than my head, but this thing was stepping over it like it was a small obstacle, and what looked to be its head was well over that still. It was dark, and it didn't have a clean shape to it. Every single animal has a shape or silhouette you can pick out, but this one had strange edges, as if perhaps something was draped over it, something that never kept one form. And up where the head should be, there was a width to it, out to both sides. I don't want to say antlers, because I didn't see antlers, but there was something wide up there. But this too tall, dark thing, it was carrying Darlene. She was across the front of it, not over a shoulder like you'd carry a person, but laid across like you'd carry a coat over your arm. Her nightgown was white, and her hair was hanging down, swinging with the steps. I witnessed this scene for 1 second, and then the brush swallowed them up. For a minute, I couldn't move. What finally got me out of that vehicle were the thought of those kids in that house. In about 6 hours, I was going to have to tell these kids where their mother went. So I climbed out on weak legs, careful not to slam the door. I kept my mag light off until I got to the trees. The hill goes up hard right away back there. 20 feet in and you're using your hands. The leaves that time of year are ankle deep and slick underneath. Every step I took was so loud, like a car wreck. I went the way I saw it go, and I called her name, but not too loud. Darlene! Darlene! It did not take me too long to find Darlene, but she was not on the ground. I had the light down low, swinging it side to side. I came up on a big white oak tree, 3 foot through, but something made me raise my light up. There she was, up in a branch, a couple dozen feet in the air. She was on her back across 2 limbs, one arm hanging down off the side. Her head was turned, her hair hanging down, and she wasn't moving in the slightest. I could see her feet. They were bare, completely clean. She was right the whole time. There were no low limbs on the tree, nothing for me to climb to get her. And she was just set there, placed there by that thing I saw, and it looked like it had been careful not to wake her up. I stood at the bottom of the tree with the light on her, trying to figure out what to do, and I suddenly realized I was not alone, and I did not mean Darlene. There was a breathing sound, downhill and off to my left, between me and the house, deep, slow, and drawn out. The breath in went on way longer than it should have. Then there were steps, 2 steps while I stood there frozen, weight going down, earth giving way. I didn't dare move that light. I looked back up at her, and I decided I had to try to get her down. I got underneath her the best I could on that slope, figuring I could break her fall if she fell. Which, thinking about it now, at 25 feet, that's not a thing a person was gonna do, without something being broken or someone being killed. But I wasn't thinking straight. I was terrified, confused. I had just decided that if she came down, I was going to be under her. Then I whisper-shouted up at Darlene, all the force of a shout with none of the volume, teeth shut. Darlene! Darlene! Wake up! Her hand began to move, I saw the fingers on her hanging hand curl just a little bit. But then behind me, very, very close, was one more big and heavy step. Close enough that I felt the vibration through the ground in my boots. I started to turn. And that's all I remember. I got maybe a quarter of the way around. There was no hit, no pain, no sound in my memory. There's me turning, and then darkness. When I woke up again, I was in my vehicle. The sun was just coming up. My first thought was that I'd fallen asleep on shift and was in trouble, and I had about 2 seconds of regular embarrassment before the rest of it hit me, because I was in the passenger seat. I spent the whole night in the driver's seat. I'd never once sat in the passenger seat of that vehicle in the 6 years I owned it. And the passenger door was standing open about a foot. Cold was coming in. The dome light had been on long enough that when I went to start it later, it didn't want to turn over at first. My head hurt across the back and up behind my right ear. But there was no cut, no blood on my hand when I checked. No knots or bumps. There's never been a mark that I could find. My boots were on and laced. There was mud and wet leaves on both of them, but there wasn't any dirt on the floor mat. And the mag light was standing straight up in the cup holder, switched off. You could tell me I fell and hit my head, and that I maybe staggered back down and got in the wrong door and just passed out. I'd have a hard time proving otherwise. But that flashlight was in my hand up in those woods, and now it was sitting on its base in the cup holder upright and off, with mud on the handle and none in the cup holder around it. If you ask me, somebody set it there. I got the passenger door shut, and I climbed over into the driver's seat, sitting there with both hands on the wheel for a while. It was 6:45. The bus came at 7:20 down at the mouth of the branch, and Arlene usually drove them down in her old Corolla every morning. I was working out how to say it. I'd gotten as far as deciding I'd call from the store, because there was no signal in that yard, and I was trying to decide whether to call the sheriff first or the office first, and I was thinking about Darlene's kids. That's when Darlene herself walked out of the woods. She was in her nightgown with a man's canvas coat over it. She was walking normally, not stumbling or hurt or anything like that. She came out of those trees into her own yard, almost like she was walking back from the mailbox. But she stopped when she saw my SUV, and she looked right at me. She looked so tired, so worried, and she looked disappointed. There wasn't any surprise in her face at all. She looked at me for about 3 seconds. Then she pulled that coat tight around her, then turned and went up the porch steps and entered her front door. She shut it, and a light came on in the kitchen. I could hear her from there, just faintly. She was calling her kids up for school. I put my SUV in reverse and drove away, and I requested that the Sizemore case file be handed to someone else. I loved that soldier story. Scary stories from veterans are always exciting, because it's like, you've got the big guns, man. You're trained and fit and ready to kill. So if something out there still scares you, then that is something I would rather avoid. Good night. Thank you for tuning in to this week's episode of Tales from the Break Room. I've been your host, Darkness Prevails. You can find me on X at Dark Prevails, and on my other podcast, especially if you want more scary stories like this. Just search for Unexplained Encounters on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app. Before I go, I've got a quick request. I made a cool survival horror game. It's called Visceral. It's very creepy and can be pretty hard. Check out the link in the description. It takes you to where you can play my game in your browser, phone or computer, doesn't matter, or you can download it. That's all I want. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy it. Till next time, everyone, I've got to clock out, but I'll be back again real soon. I am a pluviophile. I find comfort and joy in the rain and under dark skies. If you're like me, enjoy the next rainy day as long as you can, because it might be your last. This story from an anonymous sender will instead make you fear when the droplets begin to come down. This story is titled, The Impaler of Olympic National Park. It is a bizarre and terrifying account of something that lives in a popular national forest, something that has been taking people and animals alike for decades. If you want to survive, there are some rules you will need to follow. Most importantly, if you're hiking in Olympic National Park when it starts to rain, evacuate immediately. I can never forget what I saw in the Hoh rainforest, or what it did to the four of us afterward. But it taught us something. It taught us that if you're ever in Olympic National Park, there are rules you must follow. I'll start from here. Ever since I was 12 years old, I've been a naturalist. I love nature, I love animals, and studying them and observing them has always been my passion and hobby. My girlfriend Jules and I drove out to the Olympic Peninsula last May. We rented a cabin near Forks and spent a long weekend hiking, with the Hoh rainforest as the centerpiece. I had been wanting to see the Hoh for years. Temperate rainforests like this are rare ecosystems. The Hoh is one of the most intact examples remaining in North America. It gets 12 feet of annual rainfall. The Sitka spruce germinated when the Roman Empire was still standing. The place has some of the highest biomass per acre measurements ever recorded outside the tropics. Now, my Jules is the kind of girl who makes a room feel different when she walks in. She's much livelier, more charged than myself. She has strong opinions and zero patience for the easy route. When we go hiking together, she's always pushing for the longer loop, the steeper trails, the summit attempt when the weather's going marginal. She'll give you endless crap for turning back too early. But she will not hike after dark. Ever. I learned this on maybe our 4th or 5th trip. That time we misjudged a day hike, and twilight caught us, still 2 miles from the trailhead. I suggested we push through. I had a headlamp. The trail was well marked. But she said no, and the way she said it was clear this was not negotiable. We sort of jogged the final stretch in fading light, and she didn't speak the entire way. When we made it to the car, she would not look at me. I've never pushed her on it. Everyone carries something, you know. The drive into the Hoh was everything I'd hoped for, and something more than that, but I couldn't quite name it at the time. The road follows the river through the forest, which closes overhead until you're moving through a green tunnel. I had my window down, even though it was a misty day. That smell was something nice. Just that smell of things being alive. We parked at the visitor center and started on the Hall of Mosses trail. That famous one, the postcard, and it deserved the reputation. The big leaf maples arched overhead like cathedral ribs, draped with these curtains of club moss. A varied thrush called from somewhere in the canopy. That single ethereal note that sounds less like birdsong and more like the forest was asking us something personal. Jules was in a good mood too, making jokes about the spooky vibes, doing an ironic Blair Witch angle with her phone. I was cataloging species in my head, the way I always do. Polysticomunitum, Acer macrophyllum. Everything had a name, everything fit. We continued on to the Hoh River Trail, which winds deeper into the valley. The rain started about a mile in. It was light and steady. This is the kind of rain the Hoh receives about 300 days a year. I had packed shells for both of us, so we kept walking. About 4 miles in, something caught my eye off trail. A flash of color that didn't belong there. It was too bright and orange. I thought it might be a varied thrush on the ground, which would be unusual behavior worth investigating, or maybe a late flush of chanterelles. I told Jules I wanted to check it out. She rolled her eyes at me, but followed anyway. It wasn't a bird. About 30 feet off the trail, and maybe 12 feet up a big leaf maple, there was a coyote. It took me several seconds to process what I was actually seeing. My brain kept trying to rearrange the image into something that made more sense, kind of like an optical illusion. This was definitely a coyote though, and it had been impaled on a broken branch right through its midsection, just behind the ribs. The animal hung there with its head lolled to one side, legs dangling. The orange I'd glimpsed was actually more red now. It was exposed muscle tissue, where something had torn at the hindquarters. The damage looked relatively fresh. Days, I would guess. A week at most. The body hadn't even begun to bloat yet. There was something about this that was simply wrong, because it looked like something had put it here on purpose. I tried to shake that thought. Anthropomorphizing nature is a rookie mistake, but the thought lingered in my mind. The way the body had been hung there was not happenstance. Jesus, Jules said behind me. I moved closer without even deciding to. My naturalist brain took over. This was data, a puzzle requiring a solution. Did you know that cougars have been known to stash prey in trees? That was my first thought, the most logical explanation. Puma concolor will drag a kill into the canopy to keep it away from scavengers. I'd seen photographs of it in journals, and I knew about the behavior. But the longer I studied that carcass, the less it made sense. You see, when a cougar caches prey, it drags the animal up by climbing. The carcass ends up draped over a branch, pulled from below by a predator ascending with its kill clamped in powerful jaws. This coyote had not been draped. It had been deliberately pushed onto the branch stub with enough force to cause it to be impaled through the thorax. Judging by the angle, the force came from above, not from the side, not from below. The branch itself was maybe 2 inches in diameter. A cougar weighs between 80 and 200 pounds. That branch would not support such weight, let alone a cougar maneuvering a carcass into position. Do you think a cougar did that? Jules asked, already sharing my brain cells. I don't think so. It's not the right angle, and a cougar would lay the kill over the branch. Certainly not, well, this. So, what do you think did it? Well, I had no answer for that. A Pacific wren sang somewhere nearby, that cascading trill. The rain continued pattering on the canopy. The forest went about its business despite the dead coyote, completely indifferent. Let's head back, Joel said. The trailhead parking lot was almost empty when we got back. Just our rental car and one other vehicle, a battered Toyota pickup with Washington plates. An older man was sitting on the tailgate, about mid-60s. Gave off real, "I've been doing this longer than you've been alive" vibes. Get out to the river? About 4 miles in. Beautiful out there. Sure is. Best rainforest in the lower 48. He took a sip from his thermos. You know the rule about the rain out here, right? I laughed, assuming he was joking. Let me guess, bring a good shell? He didn't smile. Instead, he sort of stared at me for a moment, then blinked. No. The old-timers around here say if the rain quits on you sudden, really sudden, like someone turned off a faucet, it's best to head back to your car. Sooner the better. He shrugged. Probably nothing, just what they say. Just making sure you know. In the car, Jules was quiet. Now, she usually talks my ear off on drives. This time she just stared at the trees sliding past. That coyote was so weird, she finally said. You're not wrong about that. Surely you don't think a cougar actually did that? No, I don't. I was expecting her to ask more questions, but she didn't. We drove back to the cabin without another word. That night I could barely sleep. I kept thinking about that damned coyote. I simply could not figure out what kind of animal would do that, and the idea of a person doing it made my blood boil. Sure, some people think of coyotes as pests, but why impale it on a branch? There were no other wounds on it to indicate it had been dead before being impaled. What a cruel thing to do to an animal, even if it is a pest. Around midnight, I gave up trying to sleep and went over to my laptop. I googled random things at first. Ho rainforest coyote tree. Olympic Peninsula predation unusual. Animal carcass impaled branch. But most results were useless. After maybe an hour, I found an old hiking forum. An old remnant from the early 2000s, mostly dead threads and broken image links. The interface was dated, all that early internet aesthetic of clunky frames and too small fonts. Someone had posted, though, about finding a deer carcass impaled in a tree near the Hoh River Trail. They'd asked if anyone knew what could do that. There was one reply, a ranger, telling them it was storm damage catching carcasses, which is the kind of explanation you give when you don't have one and don't want to admit it. I kept on digging. A 2011 post on a different forum described what they called a bone tree. Multiple small animal remains stuck on branches in a single hemlock, arranged at different heights. There were squirrels, birds. They'd taken photos, but sadly the links were dead. The poster described it as almost decorative, like Christmas ornaments, except disturbing. They'd asked other hikers if this was normal for the area. No one had replied. I found 3 more posts across different sites, different years, all describing similar things. Animals impaled, at heights or angles that weren't quite right. Each post had few or no replies. People were encountering these things, even documenting them, but the silence of the internet swallowed their questions whole. But then I found one that made me sit back from the screen. A thread from back in 2007, titled, "Does anyone know the rules for the Hoh River Trail?" The post read, "A man at the visitor center gave me a list, but I lost it, and I want to make sure I have them right before we go back. Something about the rain, I think, and something about animals and trees. I can't remember the rest, but he made it sound important." The post had no replies. I clicked on the user profile. The user had only ever made one post. This one. The account had been created the same day and never used again. Either they got the information they needed through other means, or they went back without it. I found myself wondering which it was, and then I found myself not wanting to know. "5 months later, I went back. I know how that sounds, but that first night of searching had only been the beginning. Over the months that followed, I kept digging. Old forums led to archived trip reports. Archived trip reports led to out-of-print trail guides. I was pulling threads and more kept coming loose. Here's what I found. A passage in a 1973 trail guide to Olympic National Park mentioned, almost parenthetically, unusual predation patterns observed in the Hoh Valley, possibly attributable to an unidentified large predator. Beyond that, there was no elaboration. Just that sentence in a section about wildlife hazards. I also found a 2014 blog post by a woman who had done a season as a park ranger in Olympic. She mentioned that during her first week, a senior ranger had given her a list of unofficial rules for the Hoh River Trail. They are as follows. 1. If the rain stops unexpectedly, return to your vehicle immediately. Number 2. If you hear rain but cannot feel it, retrace your steps, you are too close. Number 3. If you find animal remains above head height, do not run. Walk back the way you came without stopping. Number 4. Do not camp in the Hoh during active rainfall. She treated them, though, as quirky local superstition, the same category as the tourists who claim to see Bigfoot. But then she added something that stayed with me. It said, "The senior ranger who gave me these rules had been working the Hoh for 31 years. When I asked him if he believed them, he just said, 'I'm still here, aren't I?'" Now, I also happened upon the database of missing persons cases in Olympic National Park. The park has one of the highest disappearance rates in the country. Most are hikers who got lost, fell, had medical emergencies. The majority are eventually found. But there is a subset that aren't. Hikers who vanished on clear trails in good weather. Hikers whose last known locations were on or near the Hoh. Hikers who disappeared during heavy rain. I cross-referenced the disappearance dates with historical weather data. It took a while, but when I was done, I had some sort of pattern. A great number of the unsolved cases clustered in the wettest months: October, November, March. The months when the rain falls for days without stopping. The thing, whatever it was, seemed to be active when it rained. The rain brought it out, or woke it up, or called to it somehow. I showed Jules some of this. She read the blog post with the rules, handed my phone back, then said, "That's strange," but then changed the subject. October came. My cousin Ty called to say he and his girlfriend would be in Seattle for a long weekend, asking if we wanted to meet up. Ty and I grew up together. Our moms are sisters, and we spent every summer at our grandparents' place outside Spokane, running through the woods and building forts, catching frogs in the creek. He's 3 years my senior, and when we were kids that gap felt enormous. He was my big cousin, the one who knew all the things. I followed him around trying to impress him. Now we're both adults and the age difference kind of means nothing, but that dynamic persists underneath. He still makes me feel like the world is simpler than it's become. Ty is a big guy, 6'2" with broad shoulders. I recall his high school coaches refusing to leave him alone about football. He's also very charismatic. When he laughs, everyone tends to laugh around him. But when Ty is quiet, you know something is wrong. His girlfriend, Kel, was new. They'd been together about 8 months. I'd only met her once, very briefly, at a family thing in July. She was a small thing, dark-haired. She has a face that's more interesting than conventionally pretty. She's from Portland and works at a literacy nonprofit. She's not outdoorsy like the rest of us are. They came over for dinner. Jules made pasta and I made a salad. We drank wine together, Ty telling stories about his job. He's an electrician, and apparently electricians witness a lot of human foolishness. Kel was quieter but pretty sharp, not afraid to ask questions. I liked her. At some point, Ty asked what we'd been up to, and I mentioned the Ho trip from spring. Hear me out, I didn't plan to go into detail about everything, but it just came out. I described the trail and the trip and the sights, and I kinda just brought up the impaled coyote. You know, how you do. His eyebrows instantly raised. God, so what do you think did it? I don't know, man. That's what's been bothering me. I've been Googling it. There's all this strange material, like from old forums and stuff. I found a few mentions of informal rules rangers pass down. Kinda makes me want to go back, look for more evidence. Dude, I am so in, Ty said. Kel looked at him like he'd lost his mind. Jules was giving me a look I couldn't interpret. How about a 2-day trip? I said. Backpack in, camp one night, hike out. October's the rainy season, so we'd be more likely to see whatever there is to see. Babe, Kel put her hand on Ty's arm. You want to go camping in a forest with a mystery predator in the rain? It'll be fun. When's the last time you did something adventurous? Kel looked at Jules. Well, are you going? Jules hesitated a fraction of a second. Yeah, I'm going. Do not camp in the Ho during active rainfall. That rule kept playing back in my mind, the one I'd read in that ranger's blog. I'd thought about it quite a lot, and there I was, deciding to take 4 people I cared about, including my cousin's girlfriend who had never been backpacking in her life, into the Ho during the wettest month of the year, to camp overnight. But I kept telling myself these were rules meant to scare people. They were exaggerated. Every national park, every local forest, has campfire stories that had gotten inflated over decades. If we were careful, and were already experienced, most of us, whatever was out there, assuming anything even was, we could handle it. I could handle it. I was wrong about all of that. We drove up on Friday morning. The rain started long before we hit the park. It was steady but soaking rain, turning the world around us gray and muffled. Kel was staring at the trees, reminded me of Jules on our drive back that day. Oh, God, this is where horror movies happen, she said, her chin on her palm. The Hoenn October is a different forest than the one I'd fallen for in May. This time of year, the big leaf maples have dropped their leaves, exposing the architecture of the canopy. Those massive trunks and interlocking branches, they look like vast skeletons. The moss hangs darker and more saturated, and everything is dripping wet. The hike in was still fun and massively refreshing. It was good to be out with my cousin and my girlfriend. Good to get to know Kel. But then, about 5 miles in, we found another one. It was a raccoon this time. What was left of the animal was 20 feet up, impaled on a branch about 1.5 inches in diameter. The body was desiccated, most of the fur gone. It had been there a while. Ty came up beside me. Huh, he said. Kel looked, saw it, then looked away, especially quick. Why is it up there like that? That's the big question, I said. I was already calculating. The branch was too thin for any animal I knew to climb it, and once again the angle was wrong. The same wrong angle as the coyote. Ty was watching my face, trying to get a read on me. Man, what exactly are we looking for out here? We made camp around 4 p.m., 30 yards off the trail near the river. The rain had intensified. Setting up tents in that weather was miserable. Kel's hands were trembling from the cold by the time we got her tent up. We ate dinner huddled under a tarp. The rain was drumming overhead. Our conversation stayed light. Ty told a story about a hunting trip that had gone wrong. At one point, Kel talked about her college roommate who had joined a cult. Jules did an impression of her boss. I liked that. I never brought up the rules, and in my head I kept telling myself we would be fine. We turned in around 9 p.m. Jules fell asleep within moments. She's always been able to sleep anywhere. Makes me jealous. I lay there just listening to things. I could hear the rain on the tent fly, water dripping from branches, the river in the distance, normal sounds. And eventually I did sleep. I'm not sure when, but I did. However, I know exactly when I woke up. When the rain stopped. It didn't taper off or fade out. The rain, all at once, simply stopped, and immediately, that man's words came back to me. Like someone had turned off a faucet. This was exactly that. One moment, the steady drumming on the tent fly, the drips, the patter. These had been our constant companions for hours. But suddenly, nothing. And the silence was so complete, it felt like my eardrums were going to pop. I lay there in the dark, wide awake. More of the old man's words came back to me. If the rain quits on you sudden, really sudden, you ought to head back to your car. We were 5 miles from the car. It was the middle of the night. There was no heading back for us. Jules stirred beside me. The rain stopped, she murmured, half asleep. Yeah, it did. That's weird. She was already drifting off again. So quiet now. But as I lay there, my ears continuing to strain, I realized it wasn't just quiet. It felt like it was bracing itself, waiting for something. But then, the first deer screamed. A black-tailed deer in distress makes a sound somewhere between a bleat and a scream, a nasally, high-pitched alarm call that means predator. I've heard it before. What was unusual was the second deer, followed by a third and a fourth. Within 30 seconds, the forest around our campsite erupted. Dozens of deer, all of them screaming at once. The sound became so loud, it filled the tent, filled my skull, until there was no room for even a thought. Jules grabbed my arm suddenly. Nathan, what? I don't know. From the other tent, Ty's voice called. What the hell? Kel was crying. I reached for my headlamp. Jules' hand clamped down on my wrist. Don't. Her voice was terrified. I'd never heard her so scared, like panic taken up a notch. "Don't open the tent. Please don't go outside, please." I stopped. The deer, though, they kept screaming. Some very close to us, within 50 feet, I think, maybe even closer. I could hear them crashing through the brush, breaking twigs and branches, the heavy thud of hooves on wet earth. And still no rain. The silence between their screams was so unreal, unnatural. There should have been rain. This was the Ho in October. There was always rain. Then, something else moved through the forest, and it passed maybe 20 feet from our tent. I heard it clearly in that terrible silence. Heavy footfalls, fast, but it didn't match up to any quadruped I could remember. For something so heavy, it was very nimble, with this odd syncopation that made me think of something moving on limbs that weren't quite equal in length. And the sound of it pushing through vegetation was so strange because it was so high up. Was it really that tall, that it could move through shoulder-high brush that quickly? I tried to track its movement by listening. Left to right, I thought, toward the river. But then the direction seemed to shift, and for one horrible moment, I couldn't tell if it was moving away from us or toward us. Jules' grip on my arm was the only thing keeping me grounded. I could feel her shaking, small but constant tremors that translated through her fingertips into my skin. Neither of us spoke, and we were both desperately trying to calm our breathing. These sounds continued for what felt like hours. Sometimes the screams were distant, up the valley. Sometimes they were close enough that I expected a panicked deer to crash through our tent. At one point, something big hit the ground about 100 yards away. A big, wet thump, something with significant weight meeting the earth. But gradually, all of it faded. The screams became less frequent, the crashing subsided. The footfalls did not return. But the rain came back, and it returned the same way it had stopped. All at once, the breaker had been turned back on. It was like the last hour had been a nightmare. Unfortunately, it was real. I could still hear Kel crying quietly in the other tent, and I could feel Jules' grip on my arm, her fingers cramping from holding so tight for so long. We lay there until dawn, not speaking, and definitely not sleeping. Morning came. There was a gray mist all around us. We packed our things in near silence. Ty's face was pale and Kel moved like a sleepwalker. Jules, however, was focused, quick, and efficient, but she didn't meet anyone's eyes. "We should go back the way we came," Kel said. I shook my head. "That would take longer. The loop is shorter going forward." "I don't care. I want to go back the way we know." "He's right, Kel," Ty said. "Forward is faster." She stopped arguing then. She just shouldered her pack and started walking. Now here comes the messed up part. Those deer we heard crying all night. Well, we found them about a mile from our camp. 7 of them, at least. Black-tailed deer arranged in a loose cluster of Sitka spruce just off the trail. They had been impaled on branches at different heights. The lowest was about 8 feet up, the highest 25. Some were on thick branches, shoved onto them like grotesque ornaments. Others were on thinner branches that had punched through their softer tissue. The wood glistened red. God, one of them was still alive. A doe impaled through the hindquarters about 15 feet up. Her front legs were kicking, though weakly, scrabbling at nothing. She was making a thin, barely audible sound. I saw her eyes. They were open and rolling. I watched Kel as she moved off the trail 10 feet, bent over, and threw up. Jules stared at the doe that was still alive. Her face was completely still. and when she spoke, her voice cracked. "We need to leave. Right now." We hiked faster. I kept my eyes on the trail, on my feet, on anything except the trees around us, and I didn't dare to look up. After we made it to the car, Ty was the first to speak. "What the hell was that?" Now, I've got to be honest. Up to this point, I mentioned that there were rules, but I didn't say what the rules were. Not to Ty and Cal. But this was when I came clean, so to speak. I told them all about the rules. All four. The rain stopping, which had happened. Then about the rain you can hear but not feel. The animal remains above head height. And the fourth. The rule I got my friends and I to deliberately break together. When I finished, Jules looked at me. She was angry. "How long have you known about this?" "A few months," I said. "Since after our first trip. Honey, I told you, I even showed you on my phone, these rules I found. All you said was, 'That's strange, remember?'" She rolled her eyes. "I don't remember that. But even if that's true, you didn't think to bring it back up before you took us out there to camp? Ty and Kel had no idea." She didn't speak to me for the rest of the drive. That night, I had a dream. I was high up, higher than any tree, higher than anywhere I'd been. I could feel the height in my stomach somehow, but I wasn't falling. I was stable, looking straight up at the sky. The clouds were dark and moving fast, close enough to touch. The rain was falling from them, but falling up, rising from somewhere below me into the churning gray sky. I didn't feel scared, though. It was weird. I felt calm instead, like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. At 4 a.m., I woke up and I went outside. I stood in our backyard for about an hour, and when I came back in, I realized I'd been staring at the top of the neighbor's Douglas fir the entire time. 3 weeks passed after Jules and I talked about it directly. We'd been sort of circling each other, polite but distant, sleeping in the same bed but not touching. We would eat dinner with the TV on so we didn't have to fill the silence ourselves. I knew she was furious at me, but I knew I deserved it. Eventually, the conversation happened. She was doing dishes, her back turned toward me. She suddenly stopped. I keep seeing the one that was still alive." "The doe?" "Yes. Her legs were moving. She was trying to run, but there was nowhere for her to go. I've seen animals die before, but I've never seen anything like that. It was so different, so horrible. She didn't even understand what had happened to her. She was just stuck there, waiting to slowly die." "I know, hon." "Do you?" She turned around. Her eyes were red. "You knew the rules. You knew there was something out there, and you took us anyway. You even took Kel, who had never been backpacking before once in her life, because you were so curious." She was right. "You're going to tell me everything you know about this. All of it. Tonight." And so I did. A week after that, I found this ethnographic study. It started as a footnote, a reference in a 1936 survey of Pacific Northwest indigenous oral traditions. The footnote mentioned an unpublished chapter from an earlier work, a study conducted in the 1910s by a researcher named Ellison, who'd spent 2 years living among the Quileute, documenting their traditional knowledge. The chapter had been cut from the final publication. The footnote didn't say why. I spent 3 days tracking down what had happened to Ellison's original manuscript. Most of it had been published in 1919 to moderate academic interest, but the missing chapter, the one referenced in that footnote, had been deposited separately in the University of Washington's Special Collections Archive. They would not let me check it out, but I was able to see it while I was there. I'm going to recall it from my memory as best I can. Ellison's chapter was about predators. The first several pages documented Quileute knowledge of the animals that shared their territory: black bears, cougars, and wolves, standard ethnographic material. But one section was different. It ran for nearly 15 handwritten pages, and Ellison's notes became increasingly detailed, as though he'd recognized he was documenting something unusual. One section stopped me cold. Ellison had transcribed an interview with an elder, a man he identified only as J.K., age approximately 70. The passage was set apart from the rest of the chapter, as though Ellison wanted to preserve the exact words. This is what it said. My grandmother told me this when I was young, and her grandmother told her. There is something in the deep forest that is not a spirit. It is an animal, same as the elk, same as the bear. But it is older than the elk, older than the bear. It lives in the branches where the moss hangs thick, and it comes down when the rain is heavy. You will know it is near because the rain will stop, like a door closing. When this happens, you do not look. You do not call out. You run until the rain touches your face again. There is another way to know. If you walk too far into the deep places, you will hear the rain, but you will not feel it. The water falls around you, but not on you. This means you have gone where it lives, and you must go back. Do not go forward. Do not look up. It keeps what it catches on the branches, like fish hung to dry. If you see animals in the trees with the branches through them, you walk away slowly. No running. Running is what the elk do. Running is what it wants. My grandmother's brother did not listen. He went into the forest during the long rains to prove there was nothing there. But he did not come back. In the spring they found what was left of him in a sitka, very high up. My grandmother did not speak his name again after that. This is not a story I'm telling you. This is what is true. Ellison had added his own commentary below the transcription. His handwriting became cramped here, the letters much smaller. It was like he was afraid of being overheard, even though it was just words. It read, I have now interviewed 9 individuals from 3 families. Their accounts are remarkably consistent. They speak of this creature the way they speak of cougars, as a known danger to be avoided, not as a legend to be feared. But I have found no physical evidence. To include such an extraordinary claim would end my career. I have cut this chapter. I pray I am making the right decision. The dreams kept coming. Every few nights, that same place, impossibly high, looking up at churning clouds, the rain falling upward, that feeling of belonging. During the day, I started to notice things. I'd realize I'd been staring at roof lines, thinking about angles. I'd find myself in parking garages, gravitating toward the upper levels. One afternoon, I stood on a step stool in the kitchen, reaching for, well, nothing. No memory of even climbing up. That was when Ty called me. Hey man, this is gonna sound weird, but have you been having strange urges since we got back? My stomach knotted up. What kind? Alright man, don't judge me, but I keep picking at thorns, blackberry bushes, roses. I'll find myself pressing my fingers against them. The other day I was in the backyard, right? Supposedly checking the gutters, and lost some time. And when I snapped out of it, my thumb was pressed against a thorn hard enough to draw blood. Bro, I don't remember doing that. I was quiet for a moment. He continued. And here's the messed up part. It felt right. Like scratching an itch I didn't even know I had. Have you been having dreams, too? Like about being up high? He went quiet as well for a second, then replied, Christ, man, now that I think about it, yeah. Dreams about staring at the clouds or something? Rain going up instead of down? Jesus, Ty. That's exactly what I've been dreaming about. Oh man, what's happening to us? Something was happening to Jules, too. She wasn't sleeping through the night. I'd wake up at 3 a.m. and find her in the living room with all the lights on, watching TV with the sound off. She'd started leaving the bathroom light on when we went to bed. She stopped suggesting hikes, too. Eventually, one time I suggested a day trip, she declined, and I pushed. "Is this about the hoe?" She flinched like I'd struck her. "Don't." "Jules, you don't get to push me into this," she snapped. "You took us out there knowing things we didn't. And now I can't." She stopped and took a breath. "I used to be scared of the dark. When I was a kid. Really scared, not normal kid scared. I couldn't sleep without a light on until I was 12. Power outages made me hyperventilate so badly, my parents had to put a bag over my mouth. They took me to a therapist who told them it would pass, and it didn't pass. It just went underground." Jules had never told me any of this. 3 years together, she had never once mentioned it. "I was convinced something lived in the dark," she continued. "Not a monster. I knew monsters weren't real, even as a kid. But something else. Something that belonged there and waited there. I used to lie awake at night and feel something watching me. And I just knew if I got out of bed, if I put my feet on the floor in the dark, something would take me somewhere, and I would never come back. I thought I got over it. That's why I started to hike with you, to prove the fear was behind me, and that I could walk into the dark and nothing would happen. And it worked. I thought it worked. I could handle the woods at dusk. I could almost handle the dark itself. I told myself the thing I'd been afraid of as a kid was just a child's imagination." She finally looked at me, and her eyes were wet. "The hoe broke something. Whatever wall I'd built, it's gone. The fear never went away. I just buried it. And now it's back, worse than before, because now I know there's actually something out there. Now I know that thing I'd felt watching me as a kid, it wasn't my imagination. It was preparation. My body was trying to tell me something true, and I spent 20 years convincing myself it was lying." I got a call from Kel 3 days later. She said, "I need to tell you something about the campsite." "What is it, Kel?" "That morning, when we were packing up, before we found the deer, there were marks on the trunk of the Sitka spruce directly over your tent. Long scratches. They looked like claws. The wood was still wet." I felt the blood leave my face. Something had descended the tree that we were sleeping under. It came down while we were in the tent, inches from the fabric, and passed us by. "It was right there. What was it? Why didn't it—" "I don't know, Kel. I don't know." But then I thought for a moment. Jules' grip on my arm, her desperate refusal to let me move. We stayed inside, we stayed still through it all. So maybe I knew deep down, it wasn't interested in prey that didn't run. I called Ty afterward, telling him what Kel told me. She hadn't told him yet, wanted to call us first. Ty said to me on the phone call, "I almost went outside that night. I heard those deer screaming and I thought, well, I don't know what I thought. That I could help or see what it was. I even had my hand on the zipper. Thankfully, Kel grabbed my waist, the same way you said Jules grabbed you." "Thank God for women, am I right?" "Yeah, true. We were in the middle of it, man. That thing walked right past us. It could have taken any of us, but it didn't. If our girls hadn't been scared for us, we'd probably be dead." 6 days after my call with Ty, Kel called again, but she was crying. "It's Ty. I came home and he was in the garage. There's so much blood." "Kel, it's okay. Is he alive? Where is he now?" "Yes, he's okay right now, I think. We're at the ER. He told the doctors it was a gardening accident, but I saw it. He was sitting on the floor. He had one of my rose stems and he was pressing the thorns into his finger, one at a time in a row. There was blood on his hands, his jeans, the concrete, and he was just sitting there calm. When I screamed his name, he looked up and his eyes were just... I don't know. He just wasn't there.
Oh my God, Cal.
But then he sort of came back. He looked at his hand and screamed. He'd driven a thorn through his fingertip, through the nail bed. It came out on the other side. In the car, afterward, he asked me, "What did that place do to us?"
That night, Jules stood in my office doorway. You can't sleep either? No. She looked at the spreadsheets, maps, and photographs. You want to go back? I was thinking about how to answer that, but then she said, I'll go with you. I turned around. What? If I don't go back, I'll be afraid of the woods forever. Every time it rains, I'll think about those deer. I won't let it take that from me. The fear wins if I never face it. But we do it my way. A day hike only, in before dawn, out before dark. If I say we leave, we leave. And the second the rain stops, even for a moment, we run. I looked at her, and I said, Okay, your way. We went back the last week of November. Just Jules and me. Ty wasn't coming. His injuries were still healing, and his new fixation had not yet faded. He'd catch himself reaching for the rose bushes, having to physically redirect his hand. We drove up the night before, staying at the same cabin outside Forks. Neither of us slept very well. Instead, we mostly lay in the dark, listening to the rain on the roof, not talking. We left for the trailhead at 5 a.m. The rain was heavy, headlights reflecting back in a solid white wall. The parking lot was empty when we arrived. Nobody likes the hoe in late November in a rainstorm. If the rain stops, Jules reminded me as we shouldered our packs. We don't hesitate. We don't discuss it, we just run. Agreed. I don't want to wind up in a tree. I had prepared like a field study. I had my camera in a waterproof case, my notebook in a Ziploc, and notes on everything I'd found. I would be doing this systematically, approach the situation like a scientist. After all, we didn't know what we were up against, whether it was even real, or if we had created our own rainstorm boogeyman. Jules, however, carried bear spray and a knife. She didn't pretend that either would help. About 3 miles in, I found a bobcat. It was impaled on a branch about 18 feet up. This body was fresh, maybe days. A mile further, a mummified dog draped over a branch. The hide had dried tight over bones. The density was increasing. Were we approaching the thing's territory? Lo and behold, we found something like a nest around 10 a.m. It was off-trail about 100 yards into old growth, in a depression surrounded by the largest Sitka spruce I'd ever seen. The canopy here was so thick, the rain barely penetrated, just occasional heavy drops making it through, hitting the ground with audible impacts. I knew something was wrong before I could identify what, because there was absolute silence here, as if all other wildlife knew better than to roost here. And then I made a realization. I could hear the rain. I could hear it drumming on the canopy above us, and hear the water dripping down through the branches, right? But because the canopy was so thick, I wasn't getting wet. That's what the rule meant. It means we're too close. We had found it. That rule had sounded the most unrealistic. How could it rain and you not get wet? But now it made perfect sense. I looked at the ground. It was matted and compressed here, a thick pad that crunched underfoot. When I knelt down and felt it, I found fur, bone fragments, decomposed matter, pressed into this dense carpet-like thing. This must have been years of accumulation. And God, did it stink. I stood and looked up then. The remains weren't just on the ground. They were still in the trees, all in various states of decomposition. Pieces and bits, skeletons, full carcasses. They were above us, like a messed up timeline, Near the base of one spruce, half buried in the matted floor, was a hiking boot. It was old, and the leather was cracked, but the laces were still tied. The boot had come off a foot that was still wearing it. Joel's voice called to me. "Hey, I think we'd better go." "Hold on, I need to take pictures. Write this down." Suddenly, she said, "Don't move." I froze. She then whisper shouted, "Above you, on the trunk." Slowly, I tilted my head back, and at first I didn't see it. The bark of a Sitka spruce is gray-brown and deeply furrowed. The moss is dark green, fading to brown. I scanned the trunk, looking for whatever had alarmed Jules, and I saw nothing but bark and moss, until the trunk moved. 20 feet up, maybe 25. The movement was so slight, I almost missed it. A shifting in the texture of the trunk, like the bark itself was rearranging. But then my eyes adjusted, and I saw the shape. There was a figure pressed flat against the trunk, head down. It was long and narrow, with limbs that were not perfectly symmetrical. Its color was gray-brown, almost exactly like the color of wet driftwood. The surface wasn't quite skin or bark, but something in between. And whatever it was descending, slowly. One limb extended, found purchase on the bark, and gripped it with a sound like wet leather on wood, and the body would flow downward, very slowly. Then another limb. Before long, I could see its hands. They were wrapped around the trunk, the fingers of them digging into the bark hard enough to leave marks, fresh marks, just like Kel had described them above our tent. I held my breath, and I stopped moving. The thing descended another 2 feet, and stopped. Its head turned. The movement reminded me of a surveillance camera panning from side to side. It was facing down, looking directly at me. That creature clung motionless to the trunk, and its eyes on me felt like pressure against my skin. It began to move again, this time upwards. It ascended the same way it descended, one awkwardly long limb at a time, yet moving so steadily and precise. I heard branches shift and the creaking of wood, and then the sounds moved away until there was nothing left but rain. I didn't move for another minute. It was then that I felt Jules grab my arm, nearly making me scream, and she shouted, "Run!" Racing back to the trailhead was the most panicked I'd ever felt in my life. The entire way back, I couldn't stop thinking about why it didn't kill me. But if I had to guess, I simply caught it between meals. If you're still listening, I want you to know that I still don't know what it is. I'm a naturalist. I know what I saw. I know what it does. And now I know those rules exist for a reason. They're not just superstition. They're survival instructions, passed down by people who learned them the hard way. And I will tell them to you again. 1. If the rain stops unexpectedly, return to your vehicle right away. The rain stopping means it's awake. The rain stopping means it's hunting. Number 2. If you hear rain but cannot feel it, retrace your steps. You are too close to where it lives. Number 3. If you find animal remains above head height, do not run. Walk back the way you came without stopping. Number 4. Do not camp in the hoe during active rainfall. And number 5. A new rule that I've added. If you visit the hoe during rain, and you feel in the weeks after a pull towards sharp things, thorns, needles, points, or you have dreams of rain going up to the sky, tell someone. Tell them before you can't remember why it matters. That was definitely one of the more interesting stories I've read in a while. Lots of research in this one. Not sure how true the story is, but this is one new monster I won't soon forget the next time I'm taking a stroll through the woods, especially if it starts to rain. Good night. Thank you all so much for tuning in to Unexplained Encounters. I've been your host, Darkness Prevails. You can follow me on X at Dark Prevails, and you can send me your scary stories of the unexplained at darkstories.org. Follow and leave a review of Unexplained Encounters on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app. You can also listen to Unexplained Encounters and more scary story narrations from me on YouTube on the Darkness Prevails channel. Thank you. Until next time, everyone, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.
Hi, welcome to Dead and Roasted. What can I get you?
Yo, unless I've gone completely senile, and that might be the case, let's be real, I'm aging faster than Asmongold, I think this is our 200th episode. So thank you all insanely much for sticking with me for 200 whole episodes of me never figuring out how to shut up. You're all the best. Quick warning though, I had a hankering for some school-related stories on this one, and I feel like school is kind of like work for people who don't have a career yet, so it counts. Anyway, prepare for skinwalkers, a glitch at Aldi, and extremely haunted schools. These are tales from the break room. And you should leave us a review or follow us on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Thank you. Ghost at my law school. From Bobwar, Wassabort. A few years ago, I attended law school in LA. I'd heard rumors it was haunted when I first started. And as a believer in the supernatural, I tried to stay away from spots at the school where people had seen spirits. I've encountered ghosts and what I'm sure was a demon before, making me wary of what people report as ghosts. While at school, I had multiple encounters with an entity that called herself Sharon, as well as other spirits. The first was late at night in the school's library. The library had 3 floors with a basement, ground, and second floor. I tried to stay on the ground and second floors, as the basement always scared me. It was designed in a way where if you whispered just right, it would always sound like a person was right next to you. It was also where one of the 2 restrooms was. I left my study group to use the restroom. When I got into the basement and turned the corner to the restroom, I saw a woman in an old vintage red dress. She reminded me of a secretary for some reason. She walked down the hall, and as I was curious who she was, I followed her. That hallway ended with a wide open room filled with corrals and a dead end, with the only way out being behind me. When I got there, she was nowhere to be found, and I know for a fact I had not seen her come back down the hallway towards me. While I was walking around, I asked out loud, "Who's there?" I could feel something, and something whispered back, "Sharon." I left that basement so fast, my study group was confused as to why I was packing up like a madman. For the next 3 years, I only went into that basement whenever the sun was out. I'm also sure the woman I saw was not Sharon, but that's for later. The second encounter I had was on the second floor of the library, funny enough. My friend, I'll call her Elle, and I were getting ready for exams. We were in the library near closing. The second floor had a hallway of study rooms that were quite popular. All night I'd walked up and down, seeing who might still be there. We were in the last study room on our side of the hall, and by this point, there was no one else around. At closing, the lights to the rooms automatically go off, and when they did for us, we began to pack up to leave, as we both lived on campus. We were pretty spooked already, since it was darkish and no one was around. When I opened the door, we both heard what sounded like children laughing and playing. Elle told me, "Run," and we did. As we ran, we heard this loud thud above us, which was odd, as there was no other upper floor on this side of the building. We looked at each other as the sound kept going, and we heard a man yell before the last thud on the roof. We ran all the way to the stairs, and by the time we hit the landing halfway to the ground floor, I could feel something watching us. I told Elle then, "Whatever you do, don't look back." I had no idea what was behind us, but I had the strangest feeling it was a woman. All I knew was if we did turn to look, we would not like what we saw. The librarian saw us running out the door, but looked as if it wasn't the first time it ever happened. After that, Elle and I never studied till closing again. The last major encounter I had was during finals of my first year. Like I said, I lived on campus, and I was close with a lot of the other students who did as well. I had an open door policy where no matter what time it was, people could stop by, and many did, like Elle or another friend I'd grown close to. One night I was woken up by my doorbell. All the apartments had these obnoxiously loud bells that filled the room. It was unmistakable. I looked at my phone and saw it was 3 a.m. I was confused, but thought maybe Elle or my other friend were up late and were freaking out over our first exam that week. When I looked through the peephole, there was no one there. That should have been my first clue. When I opened the door, I had the distinct feeling of someone walking past me. I thought it was strange, but I've never been so wrong in my life. When I sat on my bed, I experienced something I'd only encountered one other time, when I had run into what I was sure was a demon. My vision split. I was looking through my eyes, and the eyes of another person, but from the corner of my room. Something was looking at me. I could feel her anger and hatred, and it was focused directly on me. I could then see a woman in all white, with long black hair, staring at me. But also I could see myself on the bed. I was terrified, almost rooted in place. I was raised Catholic, and I kept a rosary on my nightstand. In that moment, the part of my brain not paralyzed by fear willed my hand to grab it, and I began to pray. I've prayed 1,000 times in my life, but this time I felt as if I was praying for my life. A part of me knew this was Sharon. It was familiar somehow. I prayed for 30 minutes. The whole time I felt as if I was in a tug-of-war with Sharon's will. At some point, she vanished, and my vision returned to normal. I felt exhausted though, but I was too scared to fall asleep. I don't remember falling asleep, but I know that I woke up to my doorbell again. When I looked this time, it was my friend, Kay, at the door. I let her in, but when I looked down, there was a bare footprint on my door seal. The outlines of toes were unmistakable, and Kay saw them too. They weren't there the day before. My parents came by that day, and I believe my mother and I share this ability to sense the supernatural. When she walked into the apartment, she looked at me like something was off. When I got a moment to speak to her alone, she asked if something had been in my apartment, and I told her yes. The next 3 years I had multiple other smaller encounters with Sharon, but nothing like that night. I've only been that scared on 2 other occasions with the supernatural. I still have that rosary within reach of my bed years later, and it will stay there until I pass on to the next life. Something lives in the fields around my campus. From Danny D123. I've lived in Michigan my entire life. I grew up in the Metro Detroit area, went to high school in Saginaw, and now attend a small college in southern Michigan. I'm going to keep the name of the school itself private for the sake of anonymity. It's a small college, fewer than 2,000 students, sitting smack dab in the middle of nowhere. The closest major city is about a 45-minute drive away, and getting to campus means passing endless farm fields and small towns that don't offer much more than a Dollar General and a blinking yellow light. I don't mind this change of pace though. I've lived in the suburbs and city my whole life, so it's been fun for me to live in a rural area for a change. The town is quiet, and the campus is beautiful in many ways, especially in the winter when the snow is falling. Because of where the college is located, wildlife regularly wanders through campus. Deer are the most common larger animal that comes through, and they've become so used to the students that you can walk within a few feet of them without them even lifting their heads. Most of the area's wildlife is harmless. Most of it, but not all. The first time I saw this creature, I was walking back to my dorm from the library late into the night. It was after 1 in the morning, and the library had just closed. The snow was falling lightly, just enough to blur the edges of everything. My dormitory was located on the very edge of campus, about a 10-minute walk from the library. Beyond it were open fields, a patch of forest, and a small park owned by the college far off in the distance. As I walked along the sidewalk, beginning to wish I'd brought a heavier jacket, I glanced down the road toward my dorm. At first, I saw nothing out of the ordinary, only the snow-covered fields and the dull glow of a distant streetlight. But when I looked again, something was stepping out of the trees under the streetlight. At first, I assumed it was a dog of some sort. It looked like one from that distance. Maybe it was a stray or a farm dog that had gotten loose. But as it stepped fully into the light, I realized something was very wrong. It was enormous, larger than any dog I'd ever seen, and the way it moved wasn't right. It seemed to crawl on all fours, but not in the way a dog would. That was because whatever this thing was did not have regular front paws. What it had instead looked like oversized, heavily furred human hands. That was enough for me. I sprinted toward my dorm, slipping on the frozen ground, but managing to reach the door in record time. I never heard anything chase me, but I didn't look back. As far as I know, that creature never noticed me at all, but I wasn't going to sit around and wait for it to do that. For a while after this event, I tried explaining away what I'd seen. I told myself it was just exhaustion from studying, that the snow and darkness had distorted my vision, that it had been a normal, but oversized dog. However, nothing I came up with fully settled. Deep down, I knew what I'd seen could not be explained. But eventually, classes and exams pushed the memory of the encounter aside. Midterms turned into finals, and before I knew it, the semester was over. The next time I saw the creature was during the first semester of my sophomore year. It was still early in the semester, but classes were getting difficult. I was studying in my dorm room on the 3rd floor. From my window, I could see the wide field behind the building. Looking out, I saw a group of deer packed tightly together at the far end of the field. Something shot out across the field and caught my attention. I knew instantly what it was. The creature was sprinting across the field at an unnatural speed. It launched itself at one of the deer, which barely had any time to react. It slammed into the deer, tearing into its side with powerful jaws. Then, as if the deer weighed almost nothing to it, the creature lifted the thing off the ground and carried it off into the trees. I sat at my desk long after it was gone, frozen with fear and bewilderment. After that, I avoided the edges of campus at all costs, as much as I possibly could, especially after dark, which wasn't easy given the campus's small size. I even considered switching dorms to a building closer to the center of campus. But in the end, I stayed where I was, not wanting to leave my friends and the nice room I had. A month after that, I had my third and final encounter. I was driving home for the weekend, but due to an on-campus event, which ran later than expected, the sun had already set. As I drove down the road leading away from campus, I noticed something lying in the left lane. As I got closer, I realized it was a deer. This deer, however, had not been hit by a car. Deep gouges had been torn through its side, as if massive fangs had ripped the flesh to ribbons. I slowed down, got over to the other side of the road, and passed it, feeling uneasy. Then I checked my rearview mirror. Standing in the middle of the road, beside the mutilated deer, was the same creature. This time, I could see it clearly. It had to be 8 feet tall. Black and gray fur covered a heavily muscle-bound body. Its mouth was full of long fangs, dripping with what looked like blood. And it wasn't on all fours. It was standing upright on 2 legs, watching me. I floored it. I don't know why it didn't chase me. It easily could have. I'd already seen how fast it could move. Instead, it just stood there, staring as I sped away. I never saw it again. Whatever it was, it never seemed all that interested in me, thank God. I'm very grateful for that. Still, knowing something like that exists somewhere near where I live keeps me awake some nights. It's been nearly a year since my last encounter. Whether it left the area to find new hunting grounds or is still roaming the fields around my college, I'm not sure. But I won't be upset if I never have to see it again. The Original Inhabitant, from Creek Peeper 22. I stopped telling this story out loud because people always want me to turn it into a joke. I can't do that without feeling stupid. I can still picture one part of it too clearly, and once you see something like that, it sits in your head for a very long time. In 2012, I was a sophomore at a college in Oregon. That fall, it rained all the time. The dorm I lived in was one of those older brick buildings that had been quote-unquote updated a dozen times without ever really feeling modern. The carpet was always damp, and the air always smelled faintly of detergent, because the laundry room was in the basement, and the vents never did their job quite right. The building was 4 floors with a basement. The layout was simple. One long hallway on each floor, doors on both sides, a lounge near the stairwell, vending machines at the far end. You could hear everything through the walls. So most nights, you would hear someone's music, people in the hallway, the occasional argument, and somebody laughing out loud. There was also the story everybody knew by the second week. They called it the Walker, though I've also heard it called the Surveyor. Depends on who you talk to. The actual details change here and there, but the core of the story is always the same. Late at night, you would hear slow footsteps in the hallway when no one was there. Sometimes you would hear them above you, even when you were on the top floor. Sometimes the steps would stop outside a door for a long time. People claimed they could feel when it was outside their door. I didn't take this seriously. I'd lived in enough old buildings to know they make noise. Could be pipes clicking or floors settling. People act weird in dorms because they're tired and half drunk and want a story. The only part of the legend that stands out to me was what older students would say when they got quiet. They would say it wasn't a dorm ghost. They would say the land had history and the building set on something the school never talked about. They never had a solid explanation as to what that was, which was part of what made it stick for me. It was just vague enough, so anybody could fit it to whatever they already believed. But I filed it away as dorm nonsense, until late one Friday night. A bunch of us ended up in my room because my roommate, Ethan, had a bottle, and we were bored. It was raining hard enough that you could hear it through the window, even with the music turned up. There were 8 people in a room built for 2. We had a laptop going with a playlist. We had cheap cups. Nobody was trying to be deep, and it was just one of those nights. Someone suggested Truth or Dare, because we were 19, and we were out of other ideas. It started out dumb and normal. Text somebody, do a shot, go ask the RA something stupid. People were laughing. It was loud enough that someone 2 doors down yelled at us through the wall. Then Nicole, who lived on our floor, said we should do a dorm dare. She said it like she was proud of herself for thinking of it. She asked if we'd heard the story about the 4th floor and the service hallway. Everybody had heard some version, but I hadn't heard all the details. Nicole said that there was an unmarked door on the 4th floor near the vending machines. Behind it was a narrow hallway used by maintenance. At the end, there was a metal door that was usually locked. The dare was to go there, knock 3 times, then ask, "Is anyone walking tonight?" I remember laughing, saying that sentence sounded ridiculous out loud. A couple people laughed at me, but Nicole did not. Ethan did, and that was the problem. Ethan loved dares. He loved being the guy who did the dumb thing first. So he said he would do it. I told him we were not doing that. But he said we were. 2 other people said they would come too, which made it feel safer. I ended up going, because I didn't want Ethan going off with a couple of half-drunk guys to the 4th floor. We left the room and the hallway noise dropped behind us. The dorm at night always felt different once you stepped out of a loud room. The lights made everything look washed out. The carpet was darker in the center where people walked most. You could smell wet shoes. We took the stairs up, 3rd floor, then the 4th. By the time we hit the 4th floor landing, the air felt colder. I noticed it right away. Ethan didn't say anything, but he slowed down. The 4th floor hallway was empty. No doors down, no voices, no TV noise. It wasn't dead silent because you could still hear the building, but it felt closed off. The vending machines at the end made their usual sounds. Nicole had described an unmarked door. There it was. Beige like the walls, so I'd probably walked past it before without even noticing or caring. There was a faded sign on it that said, "Authorized personnel only." Ethan went over, pushed it, and it opened. Inside was a narrow cinder block hallway. Pipes ran along the ceiling. A single bulb in a wire cage lit the middle of the hall. The air smelled off, like mud. It didn't smell like a typical basement. It smelled more like dirt after rain. At the end was a flat gray metal door. No window, just a plate and a keyhole. Ethan turned, then grinned at us. But his grin looked a bit nervous. He went ahead and knocked 3 times. The knocking echoed down the hallway and came back in a way I didn't like. The sound felt bigger than the space should have allowed. Then Ethan said the line, "Is anyone walking tonight?" Nothing happened for a second. I almost relaxed. I nearly felt stupid for being so tense about it. But then we heard a footstep. It sounded like it was above us, which made no sense as we were on the 4th floor. Then I realized it wasn't above us, it was behind us, in the service hallway, coming from the direction of the door we had just used. Another step, then another. Slow steps, close enough that I could tell it was not the usual building noise. It sounded like someone putting their full weight down on each step. One of the guys whispered, "Stop it." He sounded scared. Nobody had done anything, though. Ethan took a step backward until his shoulder hit the metal door. I could see his throat moving when he swallowed. The footsteps kept coming. They didn't speed up, nor did they slow down. I turned to look down the service hallway toward the door we came in through. But it was empty. There was nowhere someone could hide. It was just a straight hallway. The light did not reach the doorway well, but I could still see the outline. Nobody was there. The footsteps stopped about 10 feet behind us, and the air grew freezing cold. It felt harder to breathe, not because I was choking, but because my body was trying to stay quiet. That's when the bulb in the wire cage flickered and went out. Ethan pulled out his phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam was shaky. It lit up the cinder block walls and the pipes. That's when I saw the handprints. They were on the wall to our left, wet and dark. They weren't dusty. They had edges. You could see finger shapes. They started at about waist height and continued upward in a staggered line, higher than any of us could reach without standing on something. Ethan whispered, "No." From the metal door in front of us, we heard a scratch. It sounded like nails dragging slowly across paint. Ethan stepped away from the door so fast that he nearly hit me. He swung the flashlight beam around, and it caught more wet marks on the pipes. Then, on the ceiling. I stood there staring at the ceiling, because my brain could not accept what I was seeing. The scratch came again, longer now. Then a voice spoke from behind us. It was quiet, but it wasn't far away. It was close enough to make my skin tighten, and it sounded exactly like the words, "You asked." Nobody moved for a second. Then Ethan grabbed my sleeve and pulled. We turned toward the exit door and started walking fast. We didn't run, and that wasn't bravery. It was fear. None of us wanted to make a mistake that felt like breaking a rule. When we hit the service door and pushed back into the normal hallway, the lights were on and the vending machines were humming. It should have felt normal, but it didn't. Wet footprints had appeared on the carpet outside the service door. Bare footprints. These were not normal. The toes were much too long. The stride between them was too long for a person walking at a normal pace. The prints went straight toward the stairwell door, which was about 20 feet away. Then they did something I still don't know how to explain. They continued up the wall beside the stairwell door. The wet marks went vertical, climbing from the carpet up the painted wall. The last print was near the ceiling, right at the corner where the wall met the ceiling tile. Then they stopped. Ethan stood staring with his phone light pointed at them, and his mouth was wide open. One of the other guys whispered, "I can't," and he started to back away. We went down the stairs. We didn't talk until we got back to our floor. When we got back into my room, everybody went quiet. They could tell by our faces that we were not joking. Ethan held up his phone and said he had an incoming call while we were in the service hallway. It was time-stamped, and there was no number. The screen showed a blank where a number should have been. Nicole even looked pale, and I realized she was not enjoying this. We tried to calm ourselves down by blaming each other, which is what people do. We said someone must have been messing with us. Someone must have planted something. Someone must have poured some water. Someone must have found a way to do that voice. But that doesn't make complete sense. We couldn't figure out how wet, bare footprints could appear and go up a wall. We couldn't figure out where the water smell in the service hallway came from. We could not figure out the handprints. People left after that. Nobody wanted to keep drinking or keep playing anything. Later that night, after the room was quiet and Ethan was sleeping, I heard footsteps above us. We were on the second floor. The footsteps were slow, not stomping. They moved back and forth, covering the same stretch over and over. I lay there staring at the ceiling, counting my breath because I didn't want to move. At some point, I felt something touch my wrist. It was cold, damp. I sat up so fast that I nearly fell off the bed. But there was nothing there. The next morning, I went to the library. I just didn't know what else to do. I ended up in a section that had old campus planning documents and local history junk. I didn't even know our library had that until I started wandering. I had a binder that had maps and project summaries from campus expansion. I flipped through it until I saw a map that showed the area where the dorm had been built. It had a note on it, small and bland, that made my stomach drop. Former settlement site. Cleared. Relocated. There were no details or notes about what relocated meant. I do not know who lived here before us, but I do know that after reading that, I could smell that mud smell again, the one from the service hallway, so I left the library. I put in a transfer to get out of that dorm at the end of the year. As far as I know, plenty of people have stayed there and never had a problem. And most folks probably think that legend is funny and not real. But I believe it. The Echo of a Man, from Somnians. I lost my left hand when I was a kid. I say lost because it's the easiest way to put it, without having to explain the whole story every time. It was an accident, and it was stupid, and it was fast, and it changed everything forever. I'm fine now. I've been doing two-handed jobs with one hand for most of my life, so I'm not here for sympathy. But it matters to this story because it affects what I notice and what I don't. And yes, it does take a while to write something like this up. I work at Aldi. I've worked there long enough that most things feel automatic for me. I know where everything is without thinking and what noises are normal, like when the freezer is about to throw a fit, or the way the floor squeaks when you walk on it after it's been mopped. I also know how people act when they come in and want to steal something. I know how people act when they come in because they're lonely or want somewhere warm. This happened 3 years ago. I still think about it sometimes when I'm closing, and the store gets that empty feeling. It was late enough that the parking lot was mostly empty and the register area felt too bright compared to the rest of the store. It was one of those super slow nights, where it seems like the clock is being lazy. A couple of people had come through and grabbing milk or beer, but that was it. If you've ever worked retail, you know what I mean when I say a slow day. It's not peaceful per se, it's kind of tense in a low-grade way, because you're just waiting for something to happen or half hoping nothing does. Could be a rush 1 minute or nothing. Around that time, a man came in. He didn't come in like a normal customer. He appeared older, maybe late 50s or early 60s, hard to tell. His clothes looked like they'd been slept in, all dirty and worn down. His jacket was too big and hung off of him like it belonged to a much bigger person. His hair was long and thin. He looked relieved to come inside after a long time outside. We get people like that sometimes. I'm not saying that to be cruel, it's just true. A lot of stores have to deal with it. The managers usually want us to discourage loitering. They don't want the store turning into a hangout spot. They don't want customers feeling uncomfortable. There are policies, but the reality is you have to use judgment. If someone comes in and it looks like they might buy something, you give them a little time. If they come in and just wander around or sit down or start to act weird, you have to decide when to step in. This guy came in and moved in a straight line. He walked through the entrance. He didn't look at the seasonal junk or the carts. He headed down the first aisle like he already knew where he wanted to go. He did not glance at the checkout lanes. He did not make eye contact with me. He didn't look around the store either. He walked like he was following instructions, like a pre-planned route. I watched him for a second because he stood out. I told myself it was nothing. People come in with their heads down all the time, so I waited. A few minutes went by, then a few more. The store was empty at the time besides me, one stalker somewhere in the back half, and our manager doing something in the office. It was quiet enough that I could hear the refrigeration units and the faint music overhead. Aldi music always feels like it's being played for nobody. I kept expecting the man to come up and check out with something small. That's usually the way it goes. They grab a soda, something cheap, a snack or a loaf of bread. But this man never came to the checkout. After a while, I started thinking about the other possibility. Sometimes people come in and they steal. Sometimes they come in and just wander because it's warm and bright, and they can pretend for 10 minutes that they're a regular person doing regular shopping. I waited longer than I usually would, because I didn't want to make a big deal if he was actually buying something. I also didn't want to be that employee who jumps on someone just because they look homeless. I've seen some coworkers I will not name do that, and it always feels gross. Most of the time it escalates for no reason. But he had been in there long enough that it was feeling odd. The store wasn't big. You can't wander around in an Aldi for 20 minutes without looping around. So I got up from the register and walked out from behind the lane. I went down the aisle he had gone down. I scanned the lanes between shelves as I walked, but I didn't see him. I went farther back, toward the middle. I checked by the coolers. I checked the aisle where the bread was, and the aisle with the canned stuff. I walked past end caps and looked down each row, but the man wasn't there. I felt a little stupid. I thought maybe he had come up while I was looking away, deciding not to buy anything and left. People do that all the time. I walked back toward the front. The entrance door didn't make its usual sound, and I didn't hear it open. I didn't hear anyone around. The store still felt empty, like it was before he ever came. I got back behind the register and told myself he was just gone. I went back to staring at the lane, waiting for the next customer, thinking about what I still needed to do before close. A couple minutes passed, but then I saw him again. He came in the same way as before. Through the front doors, same speed, straight in a line down the first aisle. He didn't look at me and did not hesitate. I sat up a little straighter, because my brain took a second to catch up. My first thought was, did he leave and come back in without me noticing? That is possible. I felt embarrassed a bit, thinking I might have missed him leaving in the first place. The door is very visible from the register, but you get distracted sometimes. You look down, you look at your screen, you zone out. Still, the way he entered again this time bothered me. I mean, people don't usually enter twice in a row with the same exact routine, unless they're doing something, or maybe they forgot something. I watched him go down the aisle again. I told myself this time I would keep a better eye out. I still didn't want to jump to any conclusions. I'm not going to call my manager over a guy walking back in. He disappeared into the aisles again, and once more he never came to the checkout. This time I didn't wait as long. I gave it a few minutes, then I stepped out. I didn't feel angry, I just felt, I don't know, strange, uneasy. I didn't like the way he was going in the store, not making a sound, being hidden. The idea I was in here with someone else that I couldn't locate was kind of uncomfortable. I walked down the same aisle he had gone down. I got to the point where the aisle opens up into the cross aisle, and I looked left and right. I then saw him ahead of me, near the middle of an aisle. It was a quick glimpse, but it was him. Same jacket, same hair, and the same posture. He moved past the end of the aisle and out of my sight. I decided to follow. I wasn't chasing him, I was walking at a normal pace. I wanted to see where he was going, and I wanted to make sure he wasn't doing something in the back of the store that he shouldn't have been. I turned into the aisle right after he passed through. He was gone. That aisle had no customers, and it was just a straight sight line. The shelves were full height, but you can still see down it. But there was no one at the far end. He hadn't gone out the other side because I would have seen him cross the opening. I stopped and stood there, looking. This wasn't making sense. I checked the next aisle, then the one after that. I walked to the end of the aisle and looked into the cross aisle. No man, no movement, no sound. At this point, I could feel my face getting hot. I felt stupid again, but this was a different kind of stupid. It was the feeling you get when something simple should have an explanation, and you can't find one. I went back to the front and sat down behind the register. I didn't tell anyone yet. I tried to talk myself down. I must have missed him slipping into another aisle, or he doubled back. He left without me noticing, somehow, again. Maybe he was leaving through the back, even though that part wasn't open to the customers, but anxious brains invent possibilities. The store stayed empty. No customers came in for a while. The stalker was still doing his thing in the back, and I could hear boxes shifting sometimes. Besides that, it was quiet again. About an hour later, the same man came in a third time, and I kid you not, he had the exact same look, movement, direction, head down, everything. It was less like the same man coming in a third time and more like a video being played on repeat. No alteration, no difference in the way he walked in. I was flabbergasted. This time I felt my heart quicken. I put my hand on the counter and gripped it, needing to ground myself. I watched him go, and it didn't feel real. I waited, not moving from my spot, and I sat there for several minutes. But the man never came to the checkout. Then I decided to stand up on the counter. I was desperate to know what this man was doing, how he kept getting away. He had not come back out yet. I knew that for a fact. I'd been keeping a close eye on the entrance. When I stood on that counter and got on my tiptoes, I could see over every aisle. The man was not in the store. Immediately I went to the manager, and I called out for him. When he didn't answer my call, I called out to the stalker. He was the one to come up first. For a moment he looked annoyed. Not at me exactly, but at the idea of extra drama late at night, when we were nearly closed. Then he saw my face, and his reaction became different. I was not calm at this time. I was trying to be calm, but something else was coming through, I'm sure of it. Without using the word ghost or glitch or anything, I began to explain to him what was going on. The manager showed up mid-explanation, so I started over. I said a guy who looked homeless kept coming in, walking down the same aisle, walking the same way, but never coming out. And it kept happening again and again and again. The manager told me to go take a smoke break. He said he would handle the register, and the stalker would keep an eye out. He felt empathetic, not making fun of me, not annoyed, and that really helped me. He could tell I was rattled. I took him up on the offer. I went outside for a 15-minute smoke break. I needed the air. I know it's an oxymoron, smoking and getting air. Anyway, I stood by the side of the building where employees usually go. The parking lot was mostly empty. The rain had slowed down, but everything was wet, and the lights made the asphalt shiny. I was trying to get my breathing back to normal, trying to settle back on the idea that I was just overreacting. I kept replaying it in my head, thinking about the aisle where he vanished. How I would lose sight of him and never hear anything. No entrance, no exit, no little chime, no footsteps. This guy was either a ghost or a ninja. About 10 minutes into my break, the stalker came running outside. He looked startled. He was usually a laid-back guy, older than me. Not fearless, but not really caring about what happens. Beyond that, he's seen a lot in retail over the years. He looked me square in the eyes and said, "I saw him too. 4 times. And he never left." I stared at him, my brain wanting to reject what he just said. Eventually I replied, "Wait, what?" "The guy you described. He came in, I never saw him leave, and then he just kept coming in 3 more times." He explained how after I walked away for the break, he took over watching the store and the manager was at the register, so there were 2 sets of eyes on the store. We went back inside together. The manager was still at the register. The manager's face looked tight, or maybe tense is the better word. He asked if either of us had seen the man. We shook our heads, meaning if he was still in here, and I doubted he was, we hadn't seen him. The 3 of us searched the entire store, every aisle. We checked the back area that customers aren't supposed to go into. We checked the bathrooms, behind pallets and displays, and those weird little corners where someone could hide if they wanted to be a problem. And yet, after a full deep dive, there was no man. We finished closing like normal. There was nothing else we could do. The manager locked the doors, and we did our routine. And yet I kept expecting the man to appear again. Thankfully, he didn't. When we left, the parking lot was still empty. Now, after all this, I don't really have a theory that makes me feel content. If he was real, a person, a human, I mean, maybe we all missed something obvious. Or maybe it was something not so human that played a trick on 3 tired employees in a bright, empty store. Never speak to them. From No Name. I worked for a certain tribal school for 6 years as a groundskeeper. It's on the reservation I grew up in. If you know anything about this part of the country, down in the southwest, you know the land out here holds things that don't like to be talked about. My job is to keep the grounds clean and maintain the fields, fix what needs fixed up, make sure the place is clean and safe for the kids. Most of my work happens after the school day ends. The kids clear out around 3:30, the teachers trickle out by 4:30 or 5, then it's just me until I finish up. Usually takes me till around 7, but that depends heavily on the season. My favorite part of the job is the quiet. Again, I grew up here, so the desert and the tree line at the edge of the property don't bother me. Well, they didn't used to. What I'm about to tell you happened not too long ago. I've thought about sharing it since then, but I kept talking myself out of it. I didn't really feel like putting it into words. My grandmother says that talking about these things gives them power, gives them a way to find you again, and that scares the bejesus out of me. But I'll be moving soon, and I think people need to be warned. You shouldn't make the same mistake that I did. It was a Thursday when I checked the athletic equipment to make sure the basketball courts are clear of debris before the weekend. The courts are at the far east end of the school property, right where the maintained grass gives way to brush and woods. It's maybe 200 yards from the main building to the courts, and another 50 yards from the courts to the tree line. That evening, there was a mist rolling in from the hills. It happens when the temperature drops fast after a warm day. The sun was getting low, and that time of day is usually beautiful. But that night, the mist made everything feel creepy. I remember it being very, very quiet. Not even wind that night. It was so quiet, I heard nothing but my ears ringing. I was picking up trash near the bleachers when I saw it. I thought it was a kid. There was a small shape stepping out from the tree line, about 30 yards into the mist. A silhouette, really. I couldn't make out much more detail than that. Just this outline of what looked to be a child. Small, probably the size of a 7 or 8-year-old kid. I was thinking that one of the students had stayed behind and wandered off. I've had kids hide in the bathroom after school hours. Some have snuck off and fallen asleep, waking up well after the day had ended. They're often confused when everyone's gone. So I didn't panic. I set down my trash bag and started walking toward the courts. I called out to it. "Hey, what are you doing out there?" The silhouette reacted to my words, stopping instantly. I kept going. "School's over, buddy. You need to come back. I can call someone to pick you up." And then it laughed. I could never describe that sound in a way that makes you truly understand it, but I can say it was like a kid's laugh, a bit high-pitched and light, but it bounced around like it was coming from everywhere, from the woods, from behind me, from inside my own head. And underneath that laugh was something else, like a second, lower sound that reminded me of breathing or growling. Every hair on my body stood up. I stopped walking, I even stopped breathing for a moment, because at that second, I remembered every story my grandmother ever told me, every warning from my elders, all the pieces of folklore I'd brushed off as superstition when I was younger, when I thought I knew better than everyone else. You don't speak to them. You do not acknowledge them. You don't give them your attention, because your attention is an invitation. And I had just called out to it, twice. The silhouette stood there for another few seconds. I couldn't see its face, couldn't see anything but that small dark shape against the gray mist. Then, slowly, it turned and walked back into the woods. I stood frozen until it disappeared completely into the trees. When I could finally move again, I walked back to the main building as quickly as I could. I had about an hour left on my shift. I spent it inside the building, finding busy work in the hallways and the gym. I mopped floors that didn't need any more mopping, and I checked locks that were already locked. Anything I could do to stay inside, stay in the light, stay away from the windows that faced the tree line. The whole time I felt watched. You can call it paranoia, but it felt more like knowing, like I knew something was coming or waiting. By the time 7 p.m. came around, the sun was almost completely down. The parking lot had one working light, and it barely covered a quarter of the gravel lot. My stupid self had parked the truck near the far end. I always leave the closer spots for teachers and visitors to be nice, but that day I regretted it. I walked to my truck with my keys in hand. I didn't dare look at the tree line. I kept my eyes straight ahead. I got to my truck door, unlocked it, and climbed in. Then I pulled the door shut behind me. And the second I did that, something landed on the roof of my truck. The entire vehicle rocked. The impact was so hard I thought the roof might cave in. I yelled, and I slammed my hand down on the lock button so hard I thought I broke it. Then the other sounds started. Scraping, clawing sounds, like something with long, hard nails trying to dig through the metal above my head. I could hear it moving and shifting its weight, dragging something sharp across the roof in long strokes. It wasn't frantic. It was steady, just working its way through. I couldn't even move. I sat there with my hands locked on the steering wheel, staring straight ahead, too scared to even turn my head. I thought about just starting the truck and flooring it, but I couldn't even move my hands towards the ignition. Then I thought about my phone. Could I call someone? What could they even do? And wouldn't that require further acknowledgement? Suddenly, the scraping stopped. For a few seconds, there was nothing, just silence and my own breathing. Then I heard it move to the front of the truck. The hood dipped slightly under its weight. It was right there, right on the other side of the windshield, but it was too dark to see anything clearly. Just a shape, a mass. I squeezed my eyes shut. I couldn't help it. I didn't want to see it. I was just too scared. I was shaking so hard that now I was shaking the truck. Or maybe it was still the thing moving. I couldn't tell. Suddenly, it jumped. I heard it leave the hood with a sound like a coiled spring releasing. My eyes flew open just in time to see something land in the gravel about 20 feet ahead of my truck. It was lit for a moment by the distant parking lot light. Primarily what I saw were legs. Legs that were extremely long and thin, unrealistically so, bent backward, like an exaggerated version of dogs' legs. They were much too thin and bony looking to even be able to walk. And yet it moved, bounding and leaping and covering ground faster than anything I'd seen move at that size. It was gone into the darkness in less than 2 seconds. I sat in that truck for about 20 minutes before I could make myself turn the key. I drove home, going 20 over, and I kept every light in the cab on. When I got home, I didn't get out of the truck until my brother came outside to see why I was just sitting in the driveway. I told him I was okay, but I didn't tell him what happened, not until after I went to see my grandmother the following day. I asked her to pray with me, and she knew without having to ask. I still work at that school. It's not a job I can afford to quit, but I don't stay past sundown anymore, and I never stare towards the tree line for too long. Some things don't need your attention, and some things, once you give it to them, don't forget. What the heck was this? From Boss M.O. I'm a firefighter. Last August, in the middle of a bad fire year, we'd just come back from 9 straight days on a Type 2 assignment. The other 3 guys on my crew were out cold by 9 p.m., sprawled in the bunk room at our suppression crew station in Northern California. I've never been able to sleep right after a deployment. Too much adrenaline and too many days of irregular hours. So I was sitting in the kitchen with the lights off, scrolling through my phone and drinking water. My way of winding down. The 2-bay garage was open to the night, because it always was in the summer. The building doesn't have AC, and the bays turn into ovens otherwise. Around 11:30, I heard something from the garage. It sounded like a whisper. Specifically, it sounded like someone going, "Psst," like someone was trying to get my attention. I figured one of the guys had woke up and actually needed my attention on the down low, so I walked through the doorway into the first bay. Both engines were sitting there, gear hung on the racks, everything in their place. The garage door was open to the night, and I could see the gravel apron and the tree line beyond. Psst. It came from outside, just around the corner of the building, past where the floodlight reaches. I stepped out onto the apron. The air was still smoky from the fires to the north. I couldn't see anyone. "Hello?" I said, not too loud. But to be honest, I'm not sure why I was keeping my voice down out here. There was nothing at first, until, "Psst, over here." Now, it sounded like words, and yet it did not sound like speech. Imagine how a lyrebird mimics noises. It can sound like an almost perfect imitation, but you can tell that it doesn't come from the actual source. That's the best I can do to describe it. It was coming from the far corner of the building where the brush starts. I walked toward it, and everything I noticed was dead silent. I was about 15 feet from the corner when something moved in the brush ahead. Something big. Big enough that the bushes parted and swayed, like something heavy had just passed through. I stopped walking. I could hear it settling in there, branches creaking, and then it went still. Psst, over here. The sound came from inside the brush, about 10 feet from me, low to the ground, but not low enough. Whatever was making that sound, it was right there, hidden, waiting, and wanting me to come closer. Never in my life has every hair on my body stood up all at once, but it did then. And every cell that made me up was screaming at me not to run, but to go back inside, calmly as I could. So I started to back up, one step at a time, never turning around, until I hit the gravel apron and the floodlight was on me again. Then I went inside and pulled down the garage doors, and I sat in the kitchen until sunrise. Later on, I told the guys about this, but they joked about it and poked fun at me for getting scared of a mountain lion or a bear. Doesn't matter. I don't sit in the kitchen with the garage doors open at night anymore. A series of stories from Rosie's Choices. I got myself into babysitting and got really popular among the neighborhoods. All the popular parks, clubs, and local stores. I usually get evening calls for parents who need a night out, but occasionally I get called during the days. Here are some stories I've collected. I babysat a little one that I'll call Alex. Alex was a toddler and didn't know how to speak clearly yet. It was during the day and they woke up from their afternoon slumbers. We decided to go to the park. Fortunately for us, there were other children Alex's age at the park. We took some toys and the children were having fun. This park was a cute little place, just down the street from the house. I like to use this park whenever I babysit in the area. This park is divided by a standard metal fence, like the ones you see in the baseball batting cages. On the other side of that was a house. The first few times we went there, I didn't think much of the house. Maybe that I'd hate all the park noise sometimes, if I'd lived there. The more I sat across from that house, the more it creeped me out though. I didn't say anything to anyone about that. If I talked to a parent, it's just playground banter. If it's with kids, it's sandbox banter. There was a small window on the top floor of the house. The lights were always off there, or at least very dimly lit. You could almost see the dark wallpaper with a few picture frames on the walls. On that day, Alex was happily throwing a ball against the fence. I was encouraging them to throw the ball higher. They were trying, then suddenly stopped. Slowly, they looked up at the window and pointed, then began to cry. I held them and consoled them, trying to figure out what happened. The window that they pointed at, there was nothing there. That room was dark. The crying started to worsen, so I carried them to the bench to go somewhere else, to get away from the house. Other parents also saw the sudden stop and pointing. They came over and told me that that house always creeped them out too. But admittedly, they didn't want to sound crazy, so they hadn't said anything until now. One other nanny came with us to a local children's store to look at some toys and books. She told me to be careful. Kids are more vulnerable to certain things. We never know how, if, or when they'll come into contact with unexplainable things. I worked at a private residence for the first time. I was there for a week to cover their sitter's vacation. They were coming back from a family trip and asked me to come in the day before to collect the keys and get a tour. I met the house manager. She showed me the routine, the nursery, and the child's bedroom. This particular family was very detailed and had a routine. I felt very unsettled for some reason, but I blamed it on nerves. But even that was odd for me because I've babysat for ages, and I usually didn't get nervous like this. We stood by the doorway of the nursery. She asked me, "How are you feeling so far? Are you getting it?" I replied, "Yeah, it seems pretty straightforward. I think I've got it. Guess I'm just a little nervous at a new house." "No, it's definitely the house. This particular part of the house is worse. You'll see, she replied. Oh, can't wait, I laughed. Then she stopped me. To put it bluntly, there's like this old man spirit here. He's grumpy, but he loves kids, never harms kids. But the adults he likes to bother. He might play some tricks on you. She looked at me intently. I looked back, waiting for the joke to reveal itself. But she was serious. I laughed anyway. I haven't noticed anything yet. I guess he's filling me out so far, huh? We both smirked a little, and I said my goodbyes before leaving. When my first shift started, I did what was on the agenda, to set up the nursery for maximum exploration. It was such a beautiful morning. As I was pulling up the blinds, a toy on the opposite side of the room fell on the floor from a shelf. I looked around, and even poked my head outside the door. No one there. I noticed, too, that the lights often flickered, which was odd considering it was a newer house. When I asked the housekeeper and the chef, they mentioned things like that often happened in that particular part of the house. They said I should be thankful it's only a week-long contract. Experiencing toy dropping, things going missing, and lights flickering was enough for a lifetime. A friend of mine needed to leave for a while for a personal emergency, and I stayed over to take care of their kids in their house for a bit. The oldest took care of themselves, and the youngest was 3 and full of energy. The grandparents came over for the weekends. They gave me the weekend to settle in, since this was very last minute, and the grandparents didn't have the energy to do it for that long. They went out for the day, and they said they may come back late. I've known this 3-year-old since he was in the mommy's tummy. I've hit the auntie status. He was so excited that I would be staying with him. This was during the wintertime. It got dark before 6 p.m. I was listening to a podcast, settling into my bedroom. I had the door open, and in the corner of my room I saw a shadow running into the closet. I snuck in and said, "Boo!" but there was no one in there. I walked out of the room and walked around the house. There wasn't anyone home. I haven't told my friends to this day, and I haven't taken any babysitting gigs for them at their house. When the walls of your work speak. From Anonymous. When it comes to Wendigos, skinwalkers, and paranormal activity, I think they attach themselves to those who are more sensitive to that stuff. But I haven't had too many experiences with them. I work for a company in an office building downtown in a busy city. We have a small team of workers, so we get along pretty well. With how our office is set up, I ended up in an office with a walk-in storage closet, while most of the others had smaller closets. I let a few people use my closet as I didn't need all that space. I also have a open door policy as long as I'm not in a meeting, and I lock up all the important files. As a note, these names have been changed for anonymity. Kyle is the type of person who could easily make people laugh. A few years ago, he started to pull little pranks, and we pay it back to him. Nothing that would hurt someone, though. Even our boss gets into it. Kyle is one of the few who keeps some of his work items in my closet. During winters, when it gets dark early, I only turn on yellow light lamps, because office lights tend to give me a headache. One night while we were getting ready to leave, I had my back against the door, while some of my colleagues were putting stuff away in my closet. I heard this little giggle that sounded like Kyle. I turned around, saying, "Kyle, what are you up to in there? You better not be messing up my closet." I didn't hear anything, so I went in the closet and no one was there. I chalked it up to Kyle possibly talking nearby my office somewhere. As I was closing my closet, in the corner of my eye, I saw this shadow run out of my office. This shadow was too clear to be mistaken for my eyes playing tricks. I looked out of my office and there was only Sarah, who was at the end of the hallway locking up her office. She saw me as she began to walk down. She asked, "Are you okay?" Did you see Kyle? I think he's playing with me," I said with a laugh. "Oh, he left a little early today." "Why, what did he do?" she asked with a smile, like she suspected another prank story. "Really? I don't want to sound crazy, but what? What happened?" She sounded concerned now. "I heard a giggle in my closet. It sounded like him. Then this shadow ran out. That's why I poked my head out of my office just now. I thought I'd see him," I said. She looked at me like she didn't really believe me, then said, Probably lights playing tricks on you, or he's gotten you on edge. But no, he's not here right now." She waited for me to grab my bags and we left together. A few weeks later, I went to our community workstation with an armful of stuff and forgot my ID badge, which works as a card key to enter certain areas of the office. I asked Kyle, who was walking past my office at the moment, if he could grab my badge from my desk for me. He came out and told me that it wasn't there. At first, I thought he was playing around and laughed. "Kyle, are you being serious?" He replied, "Yeah, there's no badge on your desk. All seriousness." I went back and it really wasn't on my desk. I remember taking it off to readjust my clothes and leaving it on my desk. I checked my bags, the floor, my drawer, the closet, my jacket pockets, and retraced my steps where I'd been in my office. I know it had to be in my office somewhere. I had just used it before this. I couldn't find it all morning, so I let management know it had gotten lost. Everyone asked Kyle if he took it, and he said he really hadn't touched it, and that he wouldn't go as far as to ruin someone else's work, which is true. He hasn't done anything that could jeopardize people's work. For the rest of the day, I'd been locking my office door whenever I left. A few of us went out for lunch, and when I went back to my desk, it was sitting exactly where I'd left it when I first took it off. I asked the office manager, Candace, if she or our boss dropped it off while we were out. She said that no one had been in my office since we left. At least, not to her knowledge. But she was in the bullpen since we left, and no one went in. Candace and our boss would be the only ones who would have the key to my office. I told Sarah and Kyle about where I found it. They seemed genuinely as dumbfounded as I was, because we were looking for it together. About a week after that, I noticed how things shifted around my office. Except it's not just my office. Others were experiencing it as well. I've been in this company and this office long enough to know all the normal sounds that it makes. It started with a pile of folders behind me. It slid as if something bumped into it when nothing had. Things would fall off the shelves in my closet when they never had before. A coworker I share a wall with, it once sounded like he threw something or punched the wall we shared. When I went to check in on him, his shelf had fallen, and a few things fell that made those sounds out of the blue. Sarah and Kyle also mentioned how some things are always slightly off. Kyle accused us jokingly that we moved his stapler under his desk as a joke, when we hadn't. Sarah mentioned she would find her lunch bag under her desk all the time, when she normally places it on the counter behind her. We thought it was just one-off experiences, or that we were pulling jokes on each other. But now we are experiencing things together still, like sometimes we hear tapping on our walls, as if someone is knocking on our door, or someone is moving stuff around us. We often get college interns or high school students as volunteers. It's not weird to get assigned interns every college semester. On my intern Fiona's first day, she was brought to my office around 9 a.m. After we got acquainted, I gave her a desk in my office, and we went on a tour. I noticed she was quiet, maybe shy in nature. I didn't think too much of it when she didn't say much, as I'm also an introvert. I can be a person of few words sometimes. I assigned her to read over our manual. I noticed she kept her jacket and her backpack on the whole time. I told her she was welcome to get comfortable. She could hang her jacket in my closet. It's relatively safe, I told her. She could use a locking drawer as her locker too, and she said she was fine. A while later, she told me that she was done with our manual. I gave her easy first day tasks, mostly to get her familiar with the office layout. One of those tasks was to take some documents to the boss's office, which was at the other end of the office. After about 10 to 15 minutes, I didn't see her. I called my boss and asked if she got there all right to drop off the documents. He said that he got them about 10 minutes ago. I texted and called her, but there wasn't a response. I decided to take a walk around the office, in case she'd gotten herself lost. I was talking to one of my colleagues when I noticed Fiona turning into the hallway to the washroom and emergency staircase. I excused myself and headed to that hallway. When I got closer, I called her name. "Fiona!" I didn't get a response. I opened the emergency exit door. I didn't hear anyone on the staircase, but I still called out again. "Fiona!" Still no response. I was heading back to the hall to check the washroom when I saw her coming out of the washroom. "Hey, Fiona!" She didn't even flinch or turn. She just turned toward the corner away from my office. When I also turned the corner, she wasn't there anymore. There wasn't anywhere she could go from there other than other offices. If she wanted to leave, she'd need to wait for the elevators. Kyle, who was standing in front of his office, asked what I was doing. "Have you seen Fiona, my intern? She's wearing her jacket and her bag still," I asked. "Yeah, I saw her turn the corner and I haven't seen her since," he said jokingly. "Did you make her feel so miserable that she just left?" "Ha ha, Kyle," I said while going back to my office. I approached Candace. "Did you see Fiona, my intern?" "I saw her going into the kitchen. I followed her in there to show her how the kitchen works. But when I went in, she wasn't there. And I swear I saw her going in, but not coming out." She looked at me, puzzled. "There's only one way in and out of that kitchen. Candace is really strict about how organized and clean our work kitchen is. If anyone even breathes towards the kitchen, Candace would know about it. So I know she was as lost as I was about it." I put a work blast out, asking to direct my intern towards me when they saw her. A few minutes later, Candace came in, saying that her school had contacted us. She was out of her intern program. The receptionist said she signed out without saying anything or making eye contact. Sarah also mentioned how she would see her one second and not the next, when we were talking about how strange it was. Our office is a big rectangle with a small hallway with the washroom and emergency exit. A person would have to deliberately sneak around to be hidden like that. I understand that all these could have logical reasoning or seem fake, but these are just some weird experiences among many, or you just have to be there to experience it. I'm only sharing because I ran out of logical explanations. My DoorDash creep, from Whale Shell, 19X. I started doing DoorDash about 2 years ago to make some extra money on top of my usual job. I would usually dash in the evenings after work, about 3 or 4 nights a week, depending on how I feel. I know my area pretty well at this point, which restaurants are fast and which ones will have you waiting 20 minutes for a sealed bag. And I know which neighborhoods tip well. I'm not saying this to brag about it, but to tell you that when something feels off in my routine, I notice it pretty quick. I had just started picking up more shifts leading into the holidays. I got this order around 8:30 p.m. for a Thai place I pick up from regularly. Good restaurant, usually quick. The order itself was normal, about $40 worth of food. The delivery address was in a neighborhood I'd been to a handful of times, some older apartments. Not sketchy though, just quiet. When I pulled up, the building didn't have much great lighting out front. The instructions said to come to the 3rd floor and hand it to them directly. I don't love hand-it-to-me orders at night, but it's part of the job. I grabbed the bag and went up. The hallway on the 3rd floor was dim. None of the lights were broken or missing. They were just all super dim, and the place smelled like old carpet. I got to the door and began to knock. There was no response at all for about 30 seconds. So I knocked again. I could hear movement inside now, like someone shuffling, but still no one came to the door. I was about to just leave it and take a photo when the door opened maybe 4 inches. They didn't have a chain, I noticed. They just cracked it open barely enough to see a sliver of face. It was a man, seemed to be in his mid-40s. He didn't say a word. He stared at me through that little crack. "Hey, I've got your DoorDash order," I said, holding the bag back up. He didn't reach for it, but he did keep staring. At me, not the bag. After what felt like ages, but was probably 5 seconds, he opened the door a little wider and took the bag without a word. He didn't close the door right away either. I said, "Have a good night," and I turned around and began to walk back down the hallway. But even then, I could still feel that he was standing there. I didn't want to look back. I got in my car and left. I rated the delivery as weird in my head and moved on. That's the thing about this job. You meet all kinds of people, and most of the awkward ones are just socially off. It doesn't always mean more than that. About a week later, I was doing a delivery in a completely different part of town. I had just dropped off an order at a house and was walking back to my car when I noticed a dark sedan parked across the street with its headlights off. Someone was sitting in the driver's seat though. I could tell. I wouldn't have thought twice about it, except that when I pulled away, the sedan pulled out behind me. Coincidence, I hoped. It followed me though for about 6 turns, before I told myself I was being paranoid again, and it turned off. But this happened again about 3 days later. It was a different neighborhood, the same dark sedan though. I was picking up from a burger place, and when I came out with the order, I saw it parked in the lot. I couldn't see the driver clearly, but someone was in there. I did my delivery, and even took a weird route home, turning randomly through side streets. I didn't see the car again that night, but something in my gut wouldn't let me relax. Over the next 2 weeks, I saw that sedan at least 5 more times, always during my dashes, always parked somewhere nearby, but never directly behind me for long. It was like whoever it was knew my general area, but not my exact route. So I started changing things up, like when and where I dashed. I'd skip nights or drive to a zone 20 minutes away. For a few days, I didn't see it, and thought maybe I'd been overthinking it. But then I came home one night after a shift, and my apartment door was unlocked. But I know I locked it before I left. I always lock it. I live alone, and locking the door is just automatic to me. I stood in the doorway for a minute and listened. Nothing. I walked through every room slowly, checking the closets, checking behind the shower curtain, but there was no one there. However, things were slightly off. A drawer in my kitchen was open about an inch. One of my couch cushions was shifted too, and my bedroom window, which I never opened, was now unlocked. Sure, none of it was dramatic enough to call the police over. Nothing was missing or broken, but I knew someone had been in my apartment. I decided to install a cheap camera inside my apartment the next day. I pointed it at the front door. I also began writing down every time I saw the sedan, the date, the time, the location, and anything else I could note. I told my friend Maddie about everything. He said I should go to the police anyway, but still I felt like I'd be wasting their time, like I didn't have enough evidence. At this point, it was just a car I kept seeing, and an unlocked door one time. They would think I was losing it. 2 days after the camera went up, I checked the footage after a shift. There it was. About 2 hours into my dash, someone opened my front door, walked in, and stood in my living room for about a minute, before walking back out. The camera quality wasn't that great, but it was clearly a man, average build, wearing a hoodie and a ball cap. He didn't take anything. He seemed to just stand there and look around for a moment. It was like he was checking if I was home, and he looked comfortable doing it. I went to the police that night. I showed them the footage, my notes, and everything, and they took my report. They told me they'd look into it, and to call if anything escalated. They also told me to consider changing my locks, which I did the next morning. But honestly, their response did not make me feel much safer. A report is just paper. I kept door dashing, but truthfully, I was on edge every single night. I would check my mirrors all the time. I would sit in my car for a few minutes before going inside, watching the street. The sedan showed up twice more over the next week. Once near a Chick-fil-A I pick up from a lot, and once parked on my street. On my street. That made me feel very sick. I called the police again about the car being on my street. They sent someone to patrol the area, and by the time they got there, the car was long gone. I followed up on the report twice, but nothing came of it. There were no leads or plates they could run, nothing they could do. I had to break my lease to move to a different apartment across town the following month. I didn't tell anyone the new address except Maddie and my family. I changed my dashing zones completely, and I stopped dashing at night for a long time, only doing lunch shifts on weekends. It felt like I was starting over, and I hated that. I was angry about it. It's been about 5 months now, and I have yet to see the sedan again. I haven't had any signs of someone being in my apartment either. I did eventually go back to evening dashes, just in different areas. I don't know who this guy was, or what his problem with me was, but I'm glad it's over, for now. The most unsettling man I've ever met. From Piece of Reese. I'm going to keep this vague on purpose. I won't be naming the facility, the state, or the man. People I work with know this story, and they'll know it's me writing this. But I'm not putting details out there that could come back on my career. I've been in corrections for going on 11 years. county level, and after that much time you see a lot and you've heard a lot. Most of it you forget because you have to, but this one I can't forget, even though I've tried. We process a high volume of people. DUIs, domestics, warrants, the usual rotation. You learn real fast not to take anything personally in here. These guys will say the worst things imaginable to you because they're angry and drunk and sometimes scared. But it rolls off. That's the job. But every now and then you get someone who unsettles you in a way that has nothing to do with what they did on the outside. It's something about how they carry themselves on the inside. He came in on a Tuesday night. I was working intake. The charge was aggravated assault, which we get plenty of, so nothing about the booking stood out on paper. Arresting officers brought him in, and he seemed cooperative. He was polite even. That's not unusual either. Plenty of people are calm during booking because the adrenaline is gone and reality is setting in. But this wasn't the same as that. He wasn't calm like someone defeated. He was cozy, even. Like he'd been there before, except he hadn't. He didn't have any priors. I ran him myself to check. During processing, he made small talk. He asked me how long I'd been doing this, and if I liked it. Normal enough questions, but he asked them more like my doctor asking if it hurts. As if he already had some idea and wanted to see if I'd confirm it. I gave him short answers and moved him along. He looked me right in the eyes the entire time. There was no ounce of anger or hatred or anything. He just locked in, like he was trying to read me. A little weird, but fine. When I walked him to his holding cell, he said to me, "You're gonna have a rough time tonight. Not because of me. Someone on B block is going to give you problems around 2:15. A medical issue. You should check on him before that." He said it so casually, like telling me the weather's gonna get bad or that there's traffic on the highway. I said something like, "All right, thanks for the heads up." I was being sarcastic. At about 2:10, an inmate on B block had a seizure. He'd never had a seizure before in his life. Nothing in his medical history. I wasn't even on B block. I heard it on the radio. I stood there for a second and felt every hair on my arms stand up. Then I told myself it had to be a coincidence. People have medical emergencies in here all the time. There's no way a man in a holding cell on the other end of the facility would know about this. I put it out of my mind, or I tried to. He was with us for a few days before his hearing. In that time, I interacted with him maybe 4 or 5 more times. Beyond the weirdness, he was a model detainee. No issues with other inmates or with staff. He followed every instruction immediately. But he talked. Not excessively and not loud, he'd just say things. Things that made you stop for half a second too long. I was doing a routine check and he was sitting on his bunk, hands in his lap, totally relaxed. He said then, "How's the daughter doing with the new school?" I don't wear a ring, I don't have photos on me, I have never once discussed my personal life with any inmate ever. I have a daughter, and at the time she had transferred schools about 3 weeks before this. I didn't respond. I kept walking. My hands were shaking a bit, and I was angry. I told my sergeant about the comment. He said the guy probably overheard staff talking or got information from another inmate who knew someone who knew me. That is possible. It's a small area. People talk. But it didn't feel like that, and I couldn't really explain why. The next day I was escorting him to a meeting with his attorney. He was cooperative as usual, walking ahead of me, and out of nowhere he said, "Davis is gonna quit, by the way. Probably by Friday." Davis was a newer CO, a young kid who seemed like he was adjusting fine. He hadn't had any complaints, and we didn't have any of him. I just ignored him, not responding to the comment. Thursday evening, Davis put in his resignation. When someone asked why, he said he'd been thinking about it for a while, and just couldn't do it anymore. He hadn't told anyone he was considering it. Word started to get around among the staff. A couple other COs had their own stories, too. One CO said the man told him his wife was going to call him during the shift with good news. And she did, about an hour later. She had gotten a job offer. Another CO said the man told him to drive safe on Wednesday because of black ice. and that officer ended up hitting a patch on his way home that night, nearly crashing into a ditch. And what gets me is the guy isn't like some kind of mystic sitting there being cryptic and spiritual about it. He was witty and sharp, and he would say these things with a little smirk. He'd work them into normal conversation like it was some joke. If you didn't know any better, you'd think he was just a clever guy making lucky guesses. But the accuracy was too consistent, and the details were often too specific. One evening I was doing final count and I stopped at his cell. He was lying on his bunk, staring at the ceiling. Without looking at me, he said, "You're a good man. That's going to make the next few years harder for you than it has to be." I stood there for a while. I so badly wanted to ask what he meant. But I didn't. I then kept on walking. He made bail 2 days later. He walked out as cooperative as he was when he went in, and he was still just as polite. He thanked the processing officer, collected his belongings, and he was gone. I looked up his case a few times after that. The assault charge got pled down. He got probation. He never did come back through our facility. As far as the system is concerned, he's just another name in the database. Eventually, I would tell this story to my wife. She's a nurse and has always been very practical. She said some people are just extremely perceptive and can read micro-expressions, body language, and patterns. A cold reading, she called it. That thing fake psychics would do on TV to impress people. And I get that. And I've thought about that explanation a lot. I mean, it could cover half of it, but it doesn't cover knowing about a seizure on a different block an hour before it happened. And it doesn't cover knowing a CO's wife got a job offer that the CO himself hadn't even known about yet. I've been doing this long enough that I don't spook easily. You can't. This job will eat you alive if you let every strange moment get to you. But I have never encountered anyone like that before or since. It wasn't that he knew things he shouldn't know. That alone I could maybe rationalize. But this man enjoyed it. It was amusing to him. Amusing like small talk. A way to pass the time, telling us these things and watching how we might react. And I still haven't forgotten about the being a good man will make things harder thing he said. Has he been right so far? Well, I'm not going to get into that, because I don't even know yet. You might find this man amazing, but I personally never want to see him again. The Pullover, from Ananya. I work about 40 minutes outside the town I live in. Most of my drive is a 2-lane rural highway. For long stretches at a time, there might be no streetlights at all. I pass a few farms, a gas station that closes at 9, and that's about it. I've probably driven through here over 100, maybe even 1,000 times by now. It was around 10:30 p.m. I'd stayed late to finish something up. There was almost nobody on the road at the time, which is normal for that time. About halfway through the drive, though, I noticed headlights behind me. They'd come up pretty fast and were now sitting close to me. They weren't tailgating me yet, but they were closer than you'd expect on an empty road when they could easily just pass. Then the lights started to flash, red and blue, mounted behind the grille. I thought, great, maybe I was going a little fast and didn't notice. I slowed down and pulled onto the shoulder. The car pulled in behind me. I turned on my interior light, and I put the window down, grabbing my license. I sat there waiting. The car just sat there too, the lights still flashing but nobody getting out. After maybe a minute, I started to watch my mirrors more carefully. The car wasn't a cruiser. There was no light bar on top and no markings I could see. It looked like a regular dark SUV with those grille-mounted lights you can buy online. That was the first thing I thought was wrong. Then a figure stepped out. A figure with no uniform, just dark clothes. They had a flashlight and they were shining it low, walking slow. Not the way an officer approaches a vehicle. There was no radio chatter and no spotlight. Just a person walking toward me with his flashlight. My stomach dropped. I looked at the road ahead of me, and then I saw them. There was someone standing on the right side of the road about 50 yards ahead of where I'd pulled over. Just standing there on the edge of the tree line. I could barely make them out, because they appeared to be trying to hide. But the silhouette was clear enough in my headlights. I made a quick decision then. I put my window up, put the car back in drive, and pulled off the shoulder. I heard the person behind me shout something, but I was going. I did not look back at them. But as I passed where the man was hiding in the woods, something hit my car. I think he threw something at me. I floored it and didn't ease off the gas until I was back in town. I called the police when I got home, and they verified that that was not one of theirs. They sent someone out, but didn't find anyone or any vehicle on that stretch. They told me I did the right thing by leaving, and that if someone pulls me over and it doesn't feel right, I'm within my rights to drive to a well-lit public area. The officer I spoke with said they'd had similar reports on rural roads in the county before. These days I take a different route. It's a little longer, but I don't care. I'm not about to be ambushed by some freaks on the road again. I'm a daycare worker. There's something wrong with one of the kids. From JCL. As a daycare worker, you love your kids, especially the longer you're around them. But there's something that happened over the course of a few months that I still can't make sense of. We had this little girl in our program named Nora. She was 3 when she started. She was a very sweet kid, very imaginative. She talked a mile a minute, and her mom was great. She was always on time for pickup and packed good lunches, always asking how Nora's day was with actual interest. It seemed like a normal, loving family, at least from everything I could see. Now, Nora had a habit of talking to herself during free play. Nothing crazy for her age. Kids often have imaginary friends. They might narrate what they're doing, or even have full conversations with just stuffed animals. That's healthy, normal stuff. But after a few weeks, I started to notice that Nora's conversations had a consistency to them that stood out. It wasn't babbling. She would talk about specific things, and she left spaces for responses, and she would laugh at things that no one said. She'd set out 2 plates during pretend kitchen, always 2, and say, "Here you go, Callie." I asked her once during snack time, "Who's Callie, sweetheart?" "My sister," she said. I didn't think much beyond that. Nora was an only child according to our information. Kids invent siblings all the time. I just said, "Oh, that's nice," and I went on with my day. Over the next few weeks, Callie came up more and more. Nora would get upset if another child sat in a specific chair at her table, because that's where Callie sits. During nap time, she'd scoot over on her mat and whisper. One afternoon, I heard her say, "Callie, stop, you're cold." She didn't seem scared, just annoyed. My coworker, Diane, noticed it too. She mentioned that Nora had told her Callie doesn't go home with her, that Callie stays here. That's when the weird feeling about this whole situation started. Imaginary friends usually follow their kid everywhere. This one apparently lived at the daycare. I brought it up casually with Nora's mom at pickup one day. I said Nora had been playing with an imaginary friend named Callie, and that I thought it was quite cute. But her mom's face did something I can't fully describe. It didn't fall exactly, but it kind of froze. She recovered quick and smiled, saying, "Oh, she's got quite the imagination." She changed the subject to what Nora had for lunch and left. It was fast. Too fast. I let it go. It wasn't my place to push. Things got stranger after that. Not with Nora, but with the daycare itself. Toys would be out in the morning when I opened up, and I don't mean messed up or scattered. They appeared carefully placed, as if a kid had been playing with them and left them out neatly. There would be a few crayons on the table, a picture book open on the floor, the toy kitchen set with a pot on the little stove. I assumed the closing staff just missed them during cleanup, but when I asked, they swore everything was put away. Our closing checklist is thorough. Every bin gets checked, every surface gets wiped. This happened 3 times in 1 week, and by the 3rd time I began to take photos of how I left the room at close, comparing them to what I found in the morning. Things were being moved. I knew for sure now. Diane started to feel uneasy too. She told me that during nap time one afternoon, she counted the kids on the mats and got 21. She counted again and got 20. She said she was probably just tired, but she looked rattled, telling me about it. Then there was the night that changed everything for me. We had a parent event one evening, a sort of open house, so families could see the classroom and meet each other. It wrapped up around 7:30. Afterwards, I stayed behind to clean up and reset the room. Diane had already left. The building was empty at the time. I had the lights on in the main room and the hallway, but the rest of the building was dark. I was wiping down tables when I heard a giggling sound from the hallway that leads to the bathrooms. It was clearly a child's laugh. Clear and close, no mistaking it. Someone was in the building with me. I stopped and listened, but I didn't hear anything else just yet. I told myself it had to just be pipes or the building settling somehow, maybe my brain playing tricks. I went back to cleaning, but then I heard it again, this time closer, right around the corner. I walked to the hallway. The lights were on, but the bathroom doors were open and dark inside. I looked down the hall. There was nobody there, but the air felt different, heavier even, and much colder. I turned back toward the main room, and I saw her. There was a child standing in the far corner of the classroom near the toy kitchen. A little girl, maybe 3 or 4 years old. She was standing there, facing the kitchen set, like she was in the middle of playing. She had dark hair, and she was wearing what looked like a light-colored dress, but there was something wrong. She was incredibly still, absolutely motionless. Kids that age don't sit that still. They shift and fidget and run around, but this child was motionless. I couldn't move. I stood there with a wet rag in my hand and simply stared at this child that shouldn't be there. My chest was so tight, I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. Eventually I said, "Hello?" And my voice sounded like it belonged to someone else. She turned her head towards me, just her head, slowly. Her face was pale, and her eyes were open, looking right at me now. But behind those eyes there was nothing. No anger or sadness, just nothingness. I dropped the rag and grabbed my keys and my bag, and I left. I ran to my car and called Diane, telling her everything. She said to me that she believed me. The next morning I called our director, and I told her what happened. She's a kind but practical woman. She said it was probably a shadow or exhaustion from the event. I wasn't going to argue with my boss. About a week later, I looked something up that I probably shouldn't have. Nora's enrollment file had her mother's full name. I searched online for the family, and I eventually found something. An obituary from a few years before Nora was born. A baby girl, and her name was Callie. She had died at 11 months. The cause of death was not listed. I never said anything to Nora's mom, and I'm not going to. That poor woman lost a child, and whatever is happening at the daycare isn't hurting anyone. Nora's not scared. She talks to her sister like it's the most normal thing, and maybe for her it is. But even so, I'm not about to stay alone in that building anymore. I just won't. When I have to close, Diane closes with me every time now. These experiences have stopped now. Maybe it's just a gap in encounters. I am happy for Nora that she gets to see her sister. As long as Callie leaves me alone, we won't have a problem. Something lives under the town. From Anonymous. I want to be clear here. In this story, I'm not talking about rats, and I'm not talking about raccoons or possums that wander into storm drains. Those are easy to differentiate, be it in person or on camera, when we send inspection units down the line. Basically, we know how animals move in tunnels. But what I've been encountering over the past 2 years, as a sewer maintenance worker, is no animal. The first time was during a routine inspection of an older section of the system on the east side. These are the bigger tunnels, some of them built in the 50s, and tall enough to walk through if you hunch. I was in there with my partner, checking for root intrusion. We had headlamps and a handheld spotlight. About 300 feet in, my partner stopped and said, "You hear that?" I listened for a second. There was a sound ahead of us that I can only describe as breathing. We stood there for about 10 more seconds, but then the breathing stopped. Ray made a joke about the city having its own Ninja Turtles situation, and we kept going. We didn't find anything unusual in the tunnel that day. But when we got back to the truck, I noticed Ray locked his doors, and that man never locks his door. A few months after that, we sent a camera down a line that had been backing up in a residential neighborhood. This was a standard CCTV inspection. I was watching the feed from the van. The camera rolled through about 600 feet of normal pipe, but then the image jerked. There was no static or interference or anything, but the camera physically moved, like something had bumped into it. The cable went taut for a second and then released. When the image stabilized, there were marks on the wall of the pipe that had not been there before in previous inspections. Long vertical scrapes in the buildup, 4 of them to be precise, like fingers dragged through. I noted this in the report as possible tool marks from prior maintenance, but I knew that it wasn't. Over the following year, I started keeping a personal log, sounds in sections of the system where there's no access point for animals to enter. A smell I'd catch occasionally that wasn't sewage. It was sour, almost acidic, and it would come and go in pockets like something had just passed through. Twice I found what I could only call nesting. Piles of debris pushed together in dry sections of larger tunnels. Rags and plastics and leaves, all mounded in a deliberate way. These were not washed together by flow. They had been arranged. The one that made me a believer happened about 6 months back. I was alone in a maintenance access chamber, doing a valve check. It's a concrete room, about 8 by 8 feet, with 2 tunnels feeding into it. I was wearing my headlamp, and I was crouched over the valve when I heard movement in the tunnel to my left. Slow and cautious sounding movement. Reminded me of someone sneaking around in shallow water. I quickly pointed my light into the tunnel. About 20 feet in, just at the edge of where the beam started to fade, I saw something pull back around the curve of the pipe. It was pale, and it moved on 2 legs. It was fast, but not panicked. It retreated, almost looking afraid. There was no sound after that. Whatever it was, it moved in near silence. Well, when it wanted to. I reported this as a possible trespasser. The city sent someone to check the access points in the area, but all were locked and all were secure. They found no sign of a forced entry or anyone living down there in the usual sense, like camps or trash or clothing. But they did point out the nesting piles I'd found before, but the inspector shrugged them off, blaming it on debris accumulation. My partner won't talk about it with me anymore. Says that if he wants to keep doing this job normally, that he doesn't want to think about it. But just last month, he requested a transfer to water treatment, and I know exactly why. He wants to get out of the sewers. No idea what's really down there, and I don't know if it's one thing or more than one. But it's bipedal, it's fast, and it's smart enough to avoid cameras and retreat from light. Scariest of all is that it's quiet and very good at hiding. Tonight's first story, the firefighter one, was pretty creepy. Short, but my favorite this episode. Reminds me of some short horror film I found back in the day, of this thing mimicking a baby's cry before eating some woman. Good stuff. Good night. Thank you so much for tuning in to Tales from the Break Room. I've been your host, Darkness Prevails. Make sure to follow and rate Tales from the Break Room on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube at the Darkness Prevails channel, and all your favorite podcast apps to help us grow. Thank you. And if you have a scary work-related story, send it to me at eeriecast.com/submit. Till next time, everyone, I'll be clocking out, because if I get back home late again, my wife will destroy me, and my toddlers will nibble at my remains. So I'll be clocking out for now. But I'll be back again real soon. A new species of insect is discovered every 90 minutes. Did you know that? The insect kingdom dwarfs our own. It's impossible to know what might lie underneath one rock or hide within a hollowed-out log, let alone what might awaken only once every several years. I received this creepy and very emotional story from someone named Locus Locale, which he has titled, It Woke Up. In this story, we learned that in Missouri during the summer of 1998, allegedly, some very bizarre killings occurred, which aligned perfectly with the awakening of cicadas. But it was not these insects who were behind it. Whatever it was, it wakes up every 17 years. If you're in Missouri in 2032, all I can say is you have been warned. Cicadas don't come out every year. They sleep underground for over a decade, then emerge all at once in what scientists call broods. Brood 4 woke up last month as of writing this. 17 years of silence, then suddenly they're everywhere again, screaming from every tree. This is what happened in Carthage, Missouri, in the summer of 1998. There were 5 of us: me, York Rager, Eric Navarro, Laramie Williams, and Marissa Delaney. We'd been friends since 3rd grade, when Laramie moved to town and got assigned the desk next to mine. By the summer before 8th grade, we were inseparable. Crazy how, when you're that young, friendship doesn't require maintenance or explanation. You just show up at someone's house, and you start hanging out, and nobody thinks anything of it. York was the one who got us into trouble, though. He was not the smartest kid in our group, not by a long shot, but he had a fearlessness to him that the rest of us lacked. He'd climb anything, jump off anything, and he would poke at anything with a stick. His mom called it bravery, and my mom called it a death wish. Either way, he was usually the first one through a door, and the rest of us followed, because someone had to make sure he didn't die. His house was the default hangout spot. His backyard was where we built the bike ramps, and his basement was where we watched movies on the big TV his dad had bought, but then never actually used. Eric was the biggest, almost as tall as York, but much broader. He looked like the kind of guy who should be playing football but wasn't interested. He was a quiet guy, and that made people underestimate him. He'd sit there while the rest of us talked, and you'd think he wasn't paying any attention, but then he'd say something that cut right to the heart of whatever we'd been circling around for 20 minutes. He was kind, too. Genuinely kind. He'd give you his last dollar and never mention it again. Laramie was like me. A dork, a shrimp. We were the 2 smallest kids in our grade, and we'd bonded over that shared indignity back when we first met. And he would laugh too loud when something really got to him. He read more than anyone I knew. Mostly science fiction. I often saw him with these weird paperback books that had spaceships on the covers. I think he found most of them at garage sales, and he would devour them in a single afternoon. Marissa was the only girl, and she'd punch you if you made a big deal about it. She was a tomboy in the way she dressed and acted, wearing jeans and old t-shirts strictly, always racing with York to be the first one up a tree, or to catch a frog, or to be the first person to do something dumb. Whatever dumb thing we decided to do that day. And yet, there was something delicate about her too. She had smaller hands, and she would tuck her hair behind her ear when she thought. If you couldn't tell already, I had a crush on her, at least back then, and I never did tell anybody. I was the anxious little worrier in the group, the one who thought 3 steps ahead, constantly checking what time it was, when I needed to be back home for dinner. And it was me who owned the camcorder. Well, technically it was my dad's. A Sony Handycam he'd bought to film my sister's dance recitals, then forgot about it in the hall closet. I'd been, borrowing it, without asking, since April. We were making a movie, a horror movie. We were 13-year-olds, and that's what 13-year-old boys, plus 1 girl, make. Though we didn't have a script, no real plot, no real plan, we just had the camera, and some vague idea that we'd figure it out as we went. The cicadas came up in late May. Brood 4 is what they said on the news. A periodical cicada emergence that happens every 17 years. I did not know what that meant back then, but I did think they were incredibly loud. You can't really describe the sound to someone who hasn't experienced it before. This isn't your regular nighttime bug noise. It's a big wall. A physical pressure against your eardrums that starts at dawn and doesn't stop until after dark. That summer it was so loud, you had to shout to have a conversation outside. You'd go to bed with the drone still ringing in your ears, and you'd wake up to it already full blast. After a few weeks, you stopped noticing it, mostly. It just became what the world sounded like. We spent that June filming test footage and goofing around with the camera. York would narrate everything in his fake deep voice that he thought sounded like a movie trailer. Laramie and I took turns being the cameraman. We shot at the abandoned gas station on Route 71, or in the woods behind the middle school. A couple times we shot in York's basement with the lights off, trying to make it look all spooky, like a haunted house. None of it was very good, but we didn't care. We were making a movie. It was cool. It ended up being York's idea to find a better location than these. I remember how he explained it. "We need something real," he said. We were sitting in his backyard, passing around a 2-liter of Mountain Dew. "Something that actually looks scary, not my grandma's basement." "Isn't it your basement, Goober?" Marissa said. "And your grandma's dead." "Whatever, same thing. We need somewhere creepy, somewhere with what do they call it? Atmosphere?" "Like where?" York shrugged. "My brother told me about this old farm out past the county road. Says it's been empty for years. Nobody lives there anymore." I looked at Eric, who was sitting against the fence with his arms crossed, quiet as usual. He'd been quiet all afternoon. You know anything about it?" I asked him. He turned to look at me, then turned away. "The Hensley place," he said. "That's what he's talking about. Past Sugar Creek, out toward the edge of the county. My mom said a family used to live there, but something happened. Didn't say what." York was already on his feet. "So let's go check it out. What else are we gonna do today?" That was York for you. Decision was made, the consequences unconsidered. Time to go. We biked out there that afternoon. It took almost an hour, longer than any of us had thought, and by the time we got close, we were sweaty and tired and starting to regret the whole idea. The road turned to gravel and then to dirt. That dirt road ran between fields that hadn't been planted in years, overgrown with weeds and wild grass that came up to our handlebars. The cicadas were louder out here. I remember thinking that. Away from town, away from cars and air conditioners, and all the other sounds of humans, the drone was overwhelming. It felt like being inside a big, grinding machine. The Hensley place sat at the end of the road. I wasn't sure what I'd been expecting. Something dramatic, maybe, like the haunted house at the end of the street that you see in movies. But this place, well, it just looked sad. A 2-story farmhouse with white paint peeling off in strips, and windows that stared out into nothing. There was a barn behind it that had partially collapsed, one wall leaning at an angle that made you nervous just looking at it. There was farm equipment scattered around the property, tractors and plows and things I didn't have names for, all of it rusted and overgrown. "Holy crap," York said. "This is perfect." He was right, though. It was perfect. The afternoon light came through the trees at an angle that made everything look golden and rotten at the same time. The tall grass moved in the breeze. The cicadas screamed. If you were going to film a horror movie, you couldn't ask for a better location. We spent an hour exploring, filming everything. York narrated in that fake deep voice again while I held the camera, describing the abandoned death farm and the ghosts that walked these cursed fields. Marissa found a rusted scythe, too, which had been leaning against the barn. She posed with it like the Grim Reaper, while Laramie made spooky noises off camera. Eric wandered the perimeter real slow, looking at things, of course not saying much. We were filming the barn when I spotted a man. He walked right out of the farmhouse without making a sound. 1 second the porch was empty, and the next he was standing there, and he was watching us. He was an older man, about 60 or more, with gray hair hanging past his ears, and clothes that looked like he'd been wearing them for weeks. He didn't yell at us or move towards us. He stood there with his hands at his sides and watched us. Crap, York said. Someone does live here. I think we should go. I was moving towards my bike. Come on. We rode back to town faster than we'd come, pedaling so hard it looked like something was chasing us. It wasn't until we were back on paved roads that we slowed down enough to catch our breath. That guy was creepy as hell, Laramie said. His glasses had fogged up from the exertion. He was wiping them on his shirt. He didn't do anything. He just looked at us, Eric said. Yeah, well, looking at us was creepy enough. Did you see his face? I had seen his face. That was the thing I couldn't stop thinking about. That man had not looked angry that we were trespassing on his property. He hadn't looked confused or annoyed either. He looked worried, even scared. Like he wasn't concerned about us being there, but concerned for us being there. We should have stayed away after that. Any sensible group of kids would have found somewhere else to film their stupid movie. Forgotten all about the old man on the creepy farm, but we were 13, and the location was perfect. York had made up his mind. He was talking about going back there before we ever got home. And the more we talked about it, the more we were convinced ourselves that we'd overreacted. He was just some hermit who didn't like visitors. We'd be more careful next time. We'd avoid the house, stick to the barn and the fields, and he would never even know we were there. We went back 4 days later. There was no hermit outside when we arrived, so we left our bikes in the tall grass near the road and crept onto the property, like we were spies infiltrating enemy territory. The afternoon was hot and still. The cicadas were so loud, they were vibrating my bones, it felt like. We filmed for about an hour. I got some good shots of the barn interior, dusty light coming through holes in the roof, old hay bales rotting in the corners. Marissa did a monologue as the ghost of a farmer's daughter that was actually pretty good, her voice going soft and eerie. Even Laramie applauded her when she finished. York found a rusted pitchfork and insisted on being filmed holding it like a weapon. Normal stuff. Kid stuff. It was Eric who first noticed it. He's boarding up his windows, he said. We were taking a break in the shade of an old oak tree, passing around a water bottle, which had gotten warm in Laramie's backpack. Eric was looking toward the farmhouse, real focused-like. He didn't make that face often, but when he did, it was when something didn't seem quite right to him. I looked too, and he was right. The windows on the first floor of the farmhouse, which had been dark but visible on our first visit, were now covered with boards nailed haphazardly over them from the inside. You could see the fresh yellow of new lumber against the gray weathered siding. So, maybe he's fixing the place up, York said. You don't board up windows from the inside if you're just fixing a place up. You replace them, or you board them up from the outside so the boards are flush. Eric paused. You board them from the inside if you're trying to keep something out. Keep what out? Eric didn't answer yet. He kept staring at that farmhouse. Marissa moved closer to me. I could smell her shampoo, and for a second I forgot about the farmhouse entirely. This place gives me the creeps, she said quietly. But don't tell York I said that. I won't. We went back twice more over the next 2 weeks. Each time there were more changes, more boards on the windows, a trench dug behind the house that had not been there before, about 2 feet deep and 20 feet long, the dirt piled up beside it. The grass around the farmhouse had been cut short in a wide circle. It was like the man wanted clear sightlines in every direction, like he wanted to see something or someone coming. We stopped seeing him outside after that. But sometimes while we were filming, I would catch a glimpse of movement behind the gaps in the boarded windows, his shadow passing by, or his eye catching the light for just a second as he watched us. I was sure of it. He was watching and waiting and preparing, and I wasn't sure why. The other thing I noticed, the thing I didn't yet mention to the others, was the sound. You see, the cicadas near the Hensley place were beginning to sound different. There was something underneath the main drone, a lower frequency that you couldn't quite hear but could definitely feel. I guess I was the only one whose teeth ached from hearing it. It gave me a headache, but maybe it wasn't just me. All of us were growing more irritable and short-tempered. It didn't match the excitement we had when we filmed the movie. Sometimes we would snap at each other for no reason, then quickly apologize and forget about it, but then snap again 10 minutes later. And there was something else, a feeling I got when we were on that property, like being watched, but it had nothing to do with the old man in the farmhouse. It was bigger than that, older even. It's really hard to explain, but the feeling would hit me at random moments and I would freeze up with the camera in my hand and start rapidly scanning the tree line, looking for something that I didn't even know. After our third visit, I started to have dreams. Nothing I could describe clearly. Often I forgot what it was. But what I do remember were these dreams of darkness. I would see movement, and I would sense something large circling outside my field of vision. When I'd wake up, my heart would be pounding, and the cicada drone was already outside, and I would lie there until dawn trying to convince myself it was nothing at all. It wasn't nothing. I just didn't know it yet. I was still young enough to believe that bad feelings could be ignored, that nightmares didn't truly mean anything. To me, the world was basically safe. Nothing terrible could happen to a kid in a small town in Missouri in the summer of 1998. I was about to learn otherwise. The idea for a night shoot was York's. We were in the basement on a Thursday afternoon, watching the footage we'd collected so far. It wasn't bad, honestly. We had some genuinely creepy shots of the barn, and some pretty good acting from Marissa. Enough raw material to maybe edit into something that resembled a real movie. But there was something missing. The footage looked flat, like daytime flat. Nothing like the horror movies we were trying to imitate. "We have to go shoot at night," York said. "That's the problem here. Everything we've got looks like a home video because we're filming in the middle of the day. Real horror movies are shot at night. All the scary stuff happens in the dark." Laramie pushed his glasses up his nose. "How are we supposed to see anything? We don't have movie lights." "The camcorder has a night mode. That green stuff, like military footage. It'll look way creepier than this." I didn't love the idea. The Hensley place was unsettling enough in daylight. The thought of being out there after dark, with the boarded-up farmhouse and the watching hermit, and that low frequency underneath the cicadas, it made me nauseous. But York was jumping ahead, planning things. We would tell our parents we were sleeping at his house. Then we'd bike out after sunset, film for a few hours, then bike back before anyone knew we were gone. It would be an adventure, he said. It would make the movie actually good. And he wasn't wrong. Eric caught my eye across the basement. I could tell he had the same reservations I did. But neither of us spoke a word. That's how it worked with York. He charged ahead. We followed to make sure he did not die in some horrible way. We left around 9 o'clock on a Saturday night. The sun had been down for an hour, but the sky still held some light. A beautiful deep blue you get in late summer, when the days are longer and the darkness comes slow. We rode in single file down the county road, our bike lights cutting through the dark ahead. The cicadas were roaring in the fields around us. Marissa rode behind me. I was acutely aware of her presence, and I could hear her bike tires on the gravel. By the time we reached the Hensley property, the sky had gone fully black. There was no moon that night, just a sliver of one hidden behind clouds. Now the farmhouse was just a dark shape under the stars, lightless, those boarded windows invisible in the dark. The barn was creepy. It was just a void where the stars weren't, a black mass that seemed to absorb all light. This was a mistake. I said. "Don't be a baby." York jumped off his bike, pulling the camcorder out of my backpack where I'd been carrying it. "Could you turn on the night vision? We'll just get some footage and get out of here." I powered on the camera and switched it to night mode. The world turned green and grainy through the viewfinder, shapes emerging from the dark in a flat and ghostly way. There was the barn, the tall grass, Laramie making a face at the lens. We filmed for maybe an hour, creeping around the property and whispering commentary, constantly trying to scare each other. And for a while, it was actually fun. The fear I'd felt on the ride faded into something more like excitement, a jittery energy. We weren't supposed to be here this late, and there was some adrenaline to that, you know. York kept wandering too far ahead and having to be called back. Laramie and I stuck close together, the two shrimps watching each other's backs. Marissa wasn't scared, or if she was, she didn't want to show it, while Eric moved through the dark like he belonged there, silent and watchful. I was filming the tree line behind the barn, and suddenly, the cicada sound changed. At first, it was a normal wall of noise, the steady droning we'd been hearing all summer long. But this shift, it was like a frequency drop. The low hum I'd been feeling underneath the main sound became the main sound itself, and it wasn't a hum anymore. It was like a pulsing rhythm, and I swear every time it pulsed, my muscles would flex on their own, like they do when you flinch at something. I stopped moving then. I tried to lower the camera, but couldn't bring myself to do it. I tried to turn my head, but I couldn't. My muscles were seizing up, and I was frozen there, the viewfinder pressed to my eye, staring at the green-tinged tree line while my heart slammed against my ribcage. In my peripheral vision, I could see the others. They were frozen too. York had his flashlight raised, and his mouth was open like he was about to say something. Marissa was reaching toward my arm, her hand stopped mid-motion. Laramie was mid-step, 1 foot off the ground, balanced impossibly like a statue. And there was Eric, standing like a stone, only his eyes moving. He seemed to be tracking something. Only my camera moved. My finger was still on the record button, and the tape was still rolling, capturing whatever was about to happen. Something moved at the edge of the trees. I saw it in the viewfinder, a shape separating from the shadows. Tall, at least 7 feet, if not more. It had these angular, long limbs, and it moved through the tall grass without making any sound, without even disturbing the stalks, like it was drifting instead of walking. It was heading towards the farmhouse. The front door opened. The old man stepped out onto the porch. He was carrying something in his arms, some bundled-up thing wrapped in cloth, and he walked down the steps into the yard with stiff movements. He was terrified, but acted as if he had no choice in the matter. I wanted to scream at him to run. I wanted to close my eyes, but I could do no such things. The man walked maybe 30 feet from the house, then stopped. He set the bundle on the ground. It took me a moment to see what it was in the darkness. It glistened, though. It was meat. Raw meat, dark and wet. Maybe a whole animal's worth. But why? The shape in the grass changed direction. It had been moving toward the house, but it suddenly curved directly toward the man, toward his offering. The cicadas pulsed louder. The frequency made my head feel like it was going to burst. The man himself stood very still. I could see him murmuring something, his mouth moving, but I could not hear anything over the cicada noise. To me, it looked like he was either praying or pleading. Perhaps it was the same word, over and over again. The shape reached him. I saw it clearly, for just a second, when the moon passed through a gap in the clouds, and I caught it in the faint light. Limbs like a mantis, too many joints, a body that was almost human-shaped but distorted, and a head that had turned toward the man with movement that was sudden, precise, and mechanical. The man tried to run, but he got only 2 steps. What happened next took maybe 15 seconds. The shape unfolded around him. Those long limbs wrapped around the man's body and lifted him off the ground. Then it started to pull. Not tear, but pull, like it was disassembling him along seams. The man, he came apart in pieces, and each piece came apart somewhere into that mass of angles and joints. There was no blood or spray, but there was the wet sound of separation, and the man getting smaller and smaller until there was nothing left of him at all. When it was over, the shape stood in the grass where the man was. The ground underneath was now dark and wet, so there had been blood. The offering of meat, though, sat untouched a few feet away. The cicadas shifted back to their normal frequency. My body unlocked. I stumbled backward, dropping the camera, and I fell on my rear in the grass. Somewhere nearby, York was making a sound that wasn't quite crying, but wasn't yet screaming. Laramie was running toward the bikes. Eric grabbed my arm and hauled me to my feet. "Move," he said, his voice steady but his hand trembling. "If we don't move, we die," he told me. Marissa was now beside me, her face pale. She didn't say a word. She grabbed my other arm and pulled. Together, we ran, grabbing our bikes, and we pedaled harder than I'd ever pedaled in my life. Down the dirt road, onto the gravel, then onto pavement. We did not stop until we made it to the edge of town. By then, my lungs burned and my legs were jelly. My mind was somewhere else entirely, stuck on repeat, watching the shape reach the man over and over again. We ended up in York's backyard, collapsing on the grass behind his house. All of us were breathing hard and couldn't speak, but the cicadas were still going. They had not changed in town. Here, it was just the normal summer drone, the same sound we'd been hearing for weeks, and somehow that was comforting. It was like here, nothing had happened. Everything was fine. "What the hell?" Laramie kept saying. His glasses were crooked, but he didn't seem to care. "What the hell? What the hell?" "We have to tell someone," York said. His voice sounded like it was going to go hoarse. "We need to call the cops." York shut the hell up. It was Eric. He was sitting with his knees pulled to his chest, staring straight ahead. "If you call the cops, the blame isn't going to go to some monster you tell them about. They're not going to believe us. It's going to go to us, the group of trespassing teenagers." "But we have it on video. The camera was recording, right?" York looked at me. "You got it on video, didn't you?" I realized then I didn't have the camcorder. I had dropped it when I fell. It was still out there, somewhere in the grass near the barn, probably recording nothing until the battery died. "I dropped it," I said. "I dropped it, and we left it." Marissa put her hand on my shoulder. I don't think she meant anything by it, probably just a gesture of comfort. But I felt it like electricity. Even in that moment, even with everything that had just happened, I noticed her touch. Nobody said anything for a while. We lay there in the dark behind York's house, listening to the cicadas, trying to understand or come to terms with everything. I kept expecting to wake up, that this was a dream, and I'd be in my bed with the morning light coming through the window and none of this would be real. But that moment didn't come. We moved into, then stayed in York's treehouse until dawn. We didn't sleep. We kept watch and listened. When the sun came up, we went inside and told his mom we'd been up late watching movies. She made us pancakes and didn't ask any questions. This could have been a normal, memorable morning. A good day in a normal world. 2 days later, I went back for the camera. I had to. My dad was going to notice it was missing eventually, and I could not think of any way to explain losing it without being severely punished. So I biked out there alone in the middle of the day, my hands a shaky mess the entire time. The Hensley property looked the same. The farmhouse, the barn, and all that rusted equipment. There was no sign of what happened. No body even. The blood was gone. No dark spot in the grass where the man had been standing. Just the empty farm and the cicada noise under a hot July sun. I found the camera in the grass near the barn where I'd dropped it. The battery was dead. I took it home and charged it and watched the footage with my finger hovering over the eject button, ready to stop the tape if it showed anything that I did not want to remember. It didn't. The night vision footage was blurry and green, mostly useless. You could make out the shapes of trees or the outline of the barn. There were glimpses of the others moving around. You could see me stumbling backward then fall. Then you could hear us running, our footsteps and our breathing, and Laramie saying what the hell over and over as we fled toward the bikes. But the thing itself, anything of importance really, wasn't shown. The movement I thought I caught of that thing emerging, it was all glitchy or blurry appearing now, either the result of dropping it or the device getting covered in morning dew, but probably both. The only evidence that anything had happened was the audio. I captured the pulse underneath the cicada drone, undeniably. Without a word, I put the tape in a box in my closet and tried to forget it existed. We were kids who witnessed something they shouldn't have, so we didn't feel like talking about it. Not directly, not to each other. Whenever we were together, which wasn't often in the week following, we would make eye contact but look away. Were we ashamed of something? Were we the ones in the wrong by witnessing what we'd witnessed? I kept expecting someone to find a body, to raise an alarm. But no one did. That old man had been living alone on that property for years. No family checking on him, no mail carrier wondering why he wasn't picking up his packages. The man was just gone, and the world absorbed his absence without flinching. 2 weeks later, after the night at the Hensley place, York showed up at my house unannounced. The guy looked tired and thinner than I remembered, even though it had only been about 14 days. He stood on my porch with his hands in his pockets and asked if I wanted to ride bikes with him. We ended up at the park near the elementary school, sitting on the swings, not swinging, not even looking at each other. The cicadas droned on. Somewhere nearby, some younger kids were playing on the jungle gym, shouting and laughing. Eventually, York said to me, "Man, I can't stop seeing it. Every time I close my eyes, it's just there." I know what you mean. Eric thinks we should just forget about it and move on. Pretend it never happened or something. Can we even do that? York shook his head slowly. I don't think so, but I don't know what else to do. I didn't either. We sat there on the swings for a while longer, listening to the cicadas and watching those younger kids as they played. Again, such a normal view, a normal moment. But underneath it, always, the knowledge of what we'd seen. What was out there in the dark at the edge of town? Had it been there all along, waiting for something? Maybe it's gone, York said. Maybe it was just there for him, for that family, or I don't know. Maybe that now he's dead, it'll leave. I wanted to believe that, and I told him that I did. but I didn't believe it, and I doubt he did either. Here's the thing about being 13 years old. You can see something that rewrites your entire understanding of the world, something that could shatter you into pieces, and 3 weeks later, you're eating pizza and arguing about whether the Chicago Bulls could beat the Utah Jazz in a rematch. The human capacity for compartmentalization is strongest when you're young. The brain hasn't fully hardened yet. It can still flex around the impossible and keep functioning. By the first week of August, we were hanging out again. It happened gradually. York called me to see if I wanted to bike to the gas station for slushies. I said sure. We ran into Eric on the way and he tagged along. Laramie was sitting on his porch when we passed by, reading one of his sci-fi paperbacks, and York asked if he wanted to come. After a moment of hesitation, he did. And Marissa caught up with us on her bike near the edge of town, appearing out of nowhere the way she usually did. Just like that, 5 kids on bikes, same as it used to be, riding through the summer heat. But we still didn't talk about the Hensley place. It was forbidden as a topic. Though we didn't declare it, it was an unspoken agreement, a sealed subject, locked away so we didn't have to look or think about it. And that was fine with us. That was what we needed to do to move on, to go back to normal. And that camcorder, it sat in my closet for another week before Marissa asked about it. "Guys, we should finish the movie," she said. We were in York's basement, sprawled across the furniture, watching a rerun of The Simpsons. "We got all that footage. It seems stupid to waste it." The thought of watching that footage, though, put a sort of pain in my stomach. But Marissa wasn't talking about the night shoot. She meant everything else, the daytime stuff, the scenes we'd filmed before everything went wrong. "Honestly, I don't want to do horror anymore," I admitted. "So we do something else, a comedy like a fake TV show or something," Marissa set up, warming to the idea. "We make fun of local access or do stupid commercials, whatever. It'll be funny. It'll be something we can actually show to people." York was nodding along. Eric hadn't spoken yet, but he wasn't objecting either. Laramie was already grinning, his brain clearly spinning with ideas, and I realized, looking at them, that we all needed this. We had to replace what that camcorder had meant to us. We needed to use it for something good, something light, that could overwrite the memories of green-tinged night vision and shapes in the grass. "Okay," I said. "Okay, but I get final cut." The next 3 weeks were some of the best times of my life. I know how that sounds given everything that happened, but it's true. We threw ourselves into the new project with an energy that bordered on manic, filming every day, sometimes twice a day, generating hours of footage that was stupid and brilliant, and exactly what we needed. York created a character called Chuck Brubaker, a weatherman for a fake local station who was clearly losing his mind. He wasn't a natural actor, but that was part of what made it funny. Every segment he'd get a little more unhinged, predicting increasingly impossible weather events with this earnest intensity that made it impossible not to laugh. "Tomorrow we're looking at partly cloudy skies with a high of 72, followed by the collapse of linear time itself. Back to you, Diane." Laramie and I did fake commercials together. Our masterpiece was a spot for a product called Beef Drink, which was exactly what it sounded like. Laramie played it completely straight, adjusting his glasses and talking about the refreshing taste and convenient packaging while holding a glass of what was actually chocolate milk mixed with food coloring. I was the skeptical customer who got converted. Marissa laughed so hard during filming that we had to do 8 takes. We filmed everywhere. York's backyard, the parking lot behind the grocery store, the elementary school playground after hours. Marissa did woman on the street interviews where she'd approach strangers and ask them absurd questions with complete sincerity. Most people thought we were weird. A few played along. One old woman gave a 5-minute answer to the question, "If you could be any type of cheese, which cheese would you be?" And we used every second of it. Eric was behind the camera for a lot of it. He had a good buy, better than mine honestly, and he seemed happier observing than being filmed. Sometimes I'd catch him smiling at something one of us did, a quiet smile that made his whole face soften up. He didn't talk a lot, but when he did, it mattered. The swimming hole became our regular spot that August. It was a wide bend in the creek, about a mile outside of town, with a rope swing hanging from a big oak tree and a rocky beach where you could set up towels. We'd bike out there in the afternoon heat, spending hours jumping off the swing and filming each other's dives. We'd float in the cool water while the cicadas screamed in the trees around us. One afternoon, we filmed a fake nature documentary. Eric was the narrator, doing his best David Attenborough, while York played a rare species of idiot in his natural habitat. "Here we observe the North American idiot," Eric narrated, as York pretended to drink from the creek like an animal, engaging in its primary survival behavior. York then broke character and splashed Eric. It devolved into a water fight, and none of us could breathe from laughing. Marissa sat next to me on the rocks during one of those water fights, both of us drying off in the sun while the others wrestled in the shallows. Her hair was wet and slicked back, and she looked different somehow. Older, I think. I wanted to say something to her, something that mattered, but I couldn't think of what. So I just sat there, aware of the inch of space between her arm and mine, feeling like that inch was the most important distance in the world. Those are the memories I try to focus on now. The ones I replay when I can't sleep at night. Just 5 kids in the water. The sun on our shoulders. The whole summer stretched out ahead of us, like it would never end. We had a sleepover at my house mid-August. Marissa couldn't come, because her parents wouldn't let her sleep over with a bunch of boys, which was probably fair. But the 4 of us stayed up until 4 in the morning watching movies, working through a stack of rentals from the video store. The Truman Show, which had just come out on video, Men in Black if I recall, and I'm sure that we watched half of Starship Troopers before we got bored and switched to something else. Somewhere around 2 in the morning, the conversation got really philosophical. We were on the floor of my living room, surrounded by empty chip bags and soda cans. The TV was playing the menu screen of whatever movie we'd just finished, but I can't remember which. "Do you think we're real?" Laramie asked. He was lying on his back, staring at the ceiling, his glasses folded on his chest. "Like, really real? Or do you think we live in a simulation like Truman?" "Truman wasn't a simulation," York said. "It was a TV show. He was a real person in a fake place." "Same difference. How would you know if your whole life was fake?" "You wouldn't," Eric said. He was sitting by the couch, arms folded, that thoughtful look on his face. "That's the whole point. If the simulation is good enough, there's no way to tell from inside." "That's terrifying, guys," I said. "Is it?" Eric shrugged. "I don't know. If you can't tell the difference, does the difference matter? Your experiences are still your experiences. The people you care about are still real to you. But then they're not actually real. What does actually real mean, even? It's not like you can get outside your own perception to check." We stayed on that topic for almost an hour, going in circles, getting nowhere, but enjoying the conversation for its own sake. That's what being 13 was like for us. You could spend half the night debating questions that philosophers have argued for centuries and feel like you were discovering something new. Every thought felt fresh, every idea worth exploring. I remember looking around the room at some point during that conversation. York gestured while making a point that didn't quite make sense, while Laramie pushed his glasses up and launched into some theory he'd read in one of his books. Eric listened, waiting for his turn to speak. These were my best friends in the world, the people who understood me better than anyone else. I had no idea it was one of the last times we'd all be together like that. We fell asleep on the floor around dawn and woke up in the early afternoon with stiff necks and bad breath, a vague sense that we'd figured out something important but couldn't even remember it. The last week of August arrived faster than any of us expected. Suddenly, summer was almost over. School started in 10 days, then 8 days, then 5. The air had that late summer quality. It was still hot, but with an edge to it, a hint of the fall waiting just around the corner. The cicadas were still loud, but they'd peaked sometime in mid-August, and now they were starting to thin out, that drone losing some of its intensity. It was, of course, York who proposed the campout on a Tuesday. We were sitting in his backyard, not doing much of anything, and he brought it up. "One last thing before school starts," he said. "A proper send-off. We camp out in the back field and build a fire and stay up all night. Film the final episode of the show." The back field was the big open space behind York's house, about 10 acres of grass and wildflowers that ran down to a creek and a line of trees. His family owned it, but didn't do anything with it. We'd played there hundreds of times over the years. It felt safe. It felt like it was our place. "I'm in," Marissa said immediately. "Yeah, okay, sounds fun," I said. Laramie, though, was quiet for a second, but then he nodded and pushed his glasses up. "Sure, one last adventure." We picked Friday night. We set up tents and built a fire. We roasted hot dogs and marshmallows, filming the big finale of our fake TV show. Our parents all said yes. It was innocent enough. Just kids being kids, squeezing the last drops out of summer before real life started again. None of us talked about why we were staying close to York's house. None of us mentioned that the back field was the opposite direction from the Hensley place, as far from those overgrown fields and that empty farmhouse as we could get without leaving town entirely. We didn't have to say it. We all understood. Friday came. It was clear and warm. We hauled our gear out to the field around 6. 3 tents and sleeping bags and a cooler full of food and soda. York's dad helped us dig a fire pit, showing us how to stack the wood properly. Then he left us alone with a reminder to put the fire out completely before going to bed. We got the tent set up and the fire going just as the stars started coming out. The sky was huge out there, away from the streetlights, and you could see the Milky Way smeared across it like someone had spilled something beautiful. The cicadas were singing, but it was just the normal sound, the background noise of summer we'd been hearing for months. Nothing wrong at all. I set up the camcorder on a rock near the fire pit, angling it to catch all 5 of us in frame. We were going to film the final broadcast of our fake TV show. York had written a whole script for Chuck Brubaker's last weather report, increasingly unhinged predictions that ended with him announcing his retirement to become one with the storms. We did 3 takes. The first one fell apart because Laramie couldn't stop laughing. The second one was pretty good, but York forgot his lines near the end. But the third one was perfect. All of us playing our parts, building to a ridiculous climax, where Chuck Brubaker walked off into the field with his arms raised while the rest of us did fake crying. After that, we just hung out. Hot dogs, marshmallows, talking about nothing important, anxious about school starting up again soon. Which teachers we hoped to get. Marissa mentioned she was thinking about trying out for the volleyball team, and York said she'd make it easy. "You're the most coordinated person I know," he said. And Marissa rolled her eyes, but I could tell she was pleased. "What about you?" she asked me. "Any big plans for 8th grade?" I shrugged. "Survive, I guess." "Inspiring," Laramie said. Everybody laughed. I remember the firelight on their faces, the smell of wood smoke and those beef franks, the sound of Laramie laughing at something York said. A real laugh, too loud, the kind of laugh that made you laugh just hearing it. everything felt right and safe. Marissa was sitting next to me, close enough that our shoulders almost touched. At one point, she leaned over and whispered, "This was a good idea. The campout, I mean. I'm glad we did this." "Yeah, me too," I said. Around midnight, we did ghost stories for the camera. That had been York's idea, a way to get more footage. But we made a rule that nothing could be actually scary. Everything had to be stupid. So Laramie told a story about a ghost who haunted a specific toilet at Denny's, getting way into the details. I did one about a vampire who was allergic to blood and survived on tomato juice. Eric, deadpan and serious, delivered a 5-minute saga about a mummy who wasn't actually undead, just a guy who'd gotten wrapped up in toilet paper and couldn't get out. The laughter went on. The fire was starting to get low, and the night was almost quiet, save for the cicadas. Around 2 a.m., Laramie stood up. "I gotta pee, guys," he said. "I'll be right back." He walked toward the tree line at the edge of the field, about 50 yards from where we sat. I watched him go without really thinking about it, just tracking his silhouette as it moved through the tall grass, getting smaller in the darkness. He looked so small out there. I mean, he was small. The two of us both were. He reached the edge of the trees and stopped. I assumed he was finding a good spot with some privacy. And that's when the cicadas changed. I knew immediately. The sound shifted and dropped. It became that pulse I'd heard at the Hensley place, the frequency that vibrated your skeleton, the one that meant something was coming. My body locked up. I couldn't move or speak or do anything but stare at Laramie's silhouette at the edge of the trees. Beside me, my friends had gone rigid too. I could see York at the very far side of my eye, frozen mid-reach for another marshmallow. I could feel Marissa's hand on my arm, gripping tight, but neither of us could move. Laramie turned around. I saw his face catch the faint glow from our dying firelight. He looked so confused, so very scared. His glasses reflected the fire, and he opened his mouth to say something, but I never figured out what it was, because something came out of the trees behind him. I couldn't see it clearly. It was too dark and too fast, and my eyes wouldn't focus on it properly. But there was an impression of height and wrong angles and limbs that bent too much. The same thing we'd seen at the Hensley place. The same shape that had taken the old man apart while we watched. It reached for Laramie. He didn't even scream. I don't really know if that makes it better. There was one quick, surprised sound. Then the shape folded around him and pulled him backward into the trees. There was a rustling, a cracking of branches. Then nothing at all. The cicadas shifted back to normal then. My body unlocked. I was on my feet before I knew I was moving, running toward that tree line and screaming Laramie's name. The others were on my tail. We crashed into the trees with flashlights, sweeping the beams everywhere, calling our friend's name over and over. There was nothing there, no sign of him. Just dark woods and cicada noise. We searched until dawn, covering every inch of those woods down to the creek and along its banks, through the brush and into the neighboring fields. But we found nothing. York's parents called the police when we came back at sunrise, stumbling and hoarse, unable to explain what happened. We told them Laramie had gone to use the bathroom and never came back, that we had searched desperately all night. But we could not tell them about what we saw. The search went on for weeks. Police, volunteers, dogs, helicopters. They checked the creek for signs of drowning. They checked the roads for signs of abduction. They interviewed everyone we knew and plenty of people we didn't, and they interviewed each of us at least a dozen times. A theory was settled on, that Laramie had wandered off into the dark, gotten disoriented, and fell into the creek. His body had likely swept downstream and would probably never be recovered. A tragic accident. A senseless loss. A memorial service was held at the end of September. The entire town showed up. Laramie's parents sat in the front row and looked like people whose insides had been scooped out of them. His mom kept touching his school picture, the one they'd put on an easel next to the podium, as if she was trying to make sure this was real. I sat in the back with the others. We didn't talk. We didn't even look at each other. We sat there and listened to people say nice things about Laramie, about how he read more than anyone and laughed too loud. I kept the camcorder footage from that night. I'm not sure why I even did. The tape shows the fire and the ghost stories. Laramie doing his bit about the Denny's toilet ghost. You can see him in the background of some shots laughing and pushing his glasses up, looking happy and alive. But the last shot is blurry, and it's of him saying something about needing to pee. He walks out of frame, and the camera keeps recording the fire for another 40 minutes until the battery dies. You can hear us searching on the audio, calling his name, getting more desperate, more panicked. As the minutes pass and he doesn't answer, you can hear York start to cry around the 20-minute mark, and you can hear Marissa saying, "This isn't happening," over and over, like a prayer. But you can't hear what took him. I listened to it hundreds of times probably, trying to find some evidence that what I remember was real. But there's nothing there. Nothing but normal cicada noise. That was enough to destroy our friendships. There was no fight or falling out or anything, but we became objects of our own trauma. Looking at York or Eric or Marissa just reminded me of Laramie and that thing in the woods. York's family moved away the next year. Eric went quiet, and we lost touch entirely before graduation. Marissa and I almost stayed friends. We tried, but every time we were together, there was an absence between us. Probably the space where Laramie should have been. And eventually it was easier to just stop trying. I left Missouri the day after I graduated high school, and I've never been back. I went to college in Oregon and got a job. I'm married now, and I built a life as far from Carthage as I could get. I don't talk about the summer of '98. I left the tapes with my family a long time ago. I've spent 17 years trying to forget what happened. Most days I almost manage it. But I'm writing this in 2015, and Brood 4 emerged again last month, the first time in 17 years. And I can't stop thinking about Laramie. I never got to say goodbye. None of us did. He was there and gone so fast. Wherever he is now. Whatever happened to him after that shape pulled him into the dark. God, I hope it was quick. I hope he didn't suffer. I hope whatever he saw at the end wasn't as terrible as what I've imagined every night for 17 years. During my school years, I only acquired a single friend I could call a best friend, and it was well into my later days. I can't imagine the pain one might feel to see one of the closest friends in the world be ripped away from them by something that should be impossible. Good night. Thank you for tuning into this episode of Unexplained Encounters. I've been your host, Darkness Prevails. Get to know me personally on X at Dark Prevails, or on my show, Night Watchers, on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, your favorite podcast app, or just search YouTube for Night Watchers. But if you want more scary story narrations from me, check out Tales from the Break Room or alone in the woods. Until next time, everyone, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.